is The Power of Awareness. I am streaming on YouTube, Prosperous Living with Toya, and on TikTok, Prosperous Living with underscore T. And we're discussing Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. We are on chapters 12, 13, and 14. If you have not been joining it, you have been missing out. But lucky you, you get to watch the recap on my YouTube channel. And I have both platforms uploaded. You can recap YouTube or you can recap TikTok. I have both available. So come on over to join the discussion over here on TikTok, YouTube. You can comment in the chat. We're going to talk about the power of your awareness. Hey, Ema. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? It has been a great discussion. Remembering that we are the power, we are the cause, we are the consciousness experiencing this thing we call life on this third dimensional plane. And it's all about commanding our reality. So Neville Goddard does he has a great way of reminding us of who we are, right? That we are here to live the abundant life, to create our reality. That's what we are. We're creators. We are creative beings. And we create with our words. That's all you need is your word. Your word is sufficient. Speak the word, says the centurion to the Christ. Speak the word and thy servant shall be healed. Your word is enough. For the word that I speak, oh, they are spirit and they are life. Your word is life. I am the word. I am the light. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the resurrection. I am. So we're waiting for others come on in. Oh, okay. Yes, love that. Yes, I love that. Do you do your book clubs on Discord, Ema? We have ours every Saturday. This is like our fourth week, I believe. Our fourth week. Well, keep moving then, Marva. You dwell in the cult of stupid. Believe only means to accept a thing as true. The whole world is based on belief. So if you think otherwise, you dwell in the cult of stupidity to think otherwise. Because the only thing, you're believing what you're saying, which is why you're saying it. You're accepting it as a reality. You're accepting it as true. And what's true for you is not true for me. We don't live in the same world. We don't dwell in the same reality. So move along. If you don't like what's being said over here, move on. Of course, Jesus never existed. Jesus is the personification of the mind. Like, what are we doing here? Clearly, you just want attention, so I'll just keep it going. I'll move along. I'll let you have your conversation, because clearly you don't know what we talk about over here. Nobody believes in Jesus. I am Jesus. I am Jesus. Now what? Hey. Oh, hey, Gigi. Hey, Bessie. Hey, Cheryl.
Hi.
How are you? I didn't even see you come up. Hello. Hey, Latoxic. Hey, everyone. I'm great. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really good. Can't complain. I'm actually using my imagination. I'm in California right now.
Oh, all right. California, yay.
California, yeah. Dun, 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 dun.
California knows how to party.
California
knows how to party.
In the city of LA. Dun, 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 dun.
Thank you. How
about you? How was your week?
Oh,
good?
Amazing. Great. Thank you.
Alan says hi, and he says hi to Cisco as well.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, he's not in a room. He probably he be in a garage. He doesn't need to be paying attention to the screen. He be in a garage working. He just has the
Yeah,
live on. But tell him I said hello, and
I will.
and hope all is well with thee.
I will definitely.
Welcome, welcome, YouTubers. How are you? Hey, hey, hey! I'm doing great. No, I am not a Christian. Nope, not even a little bit. Hello, Cheryl. How are you?
Good morning. I'm pretty good. I trying to keep warm in the tundras of the East Coast. We have like a Arctic chill going through, but I'm good. I'm grateful to participate. Looking forward to talking about the book. How are you?
Oh, amazing, amazing.
There's always good stuff. You know, it's funny how simple this is, you know, reading it as a group. I mean, I read and, you know, pay attention. You know, I listen to a lot of Neville stuff. So, but just doing it with the group and breaking it down by the chapter and really thinking about it, it's like, it's really simple. It's just, you know, being aware. You know, I had an experience today where, you know, I was getting kind of worried about something, but I could say, oh, no. That's not my reality, you know, but it just made me realize like you have to have due diligence about your thoughts constantly, because it's easy for patterns to just kind of come back. So, but I appreciate it. Like the more I catch it, the more awake I feel. And that's really basically everything, I think, right? Being awake.
Yep. Being aware. That's it. Yep. Hello, Mia. How are you? Before we get into the chapter, I'm just greeting everyone. How are you? Grand Rising.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Toya.
Yes. So, I do have a few folks over here on YouTube. Welcome. Happy Black History Month. If that's something that you recognize. Hello. Someone's saying that to me on YouTube. Someone said they wanted to talk to me, but they realized that they'll be waiting forever. So I guess if you say so, this is a book discussion. So right now we're talking about The Power of Awareness, Neville Goddard's book. And we're starting on chapter 12. Chapter 12 is subjective control. And so I'll let Gigi begin, then Cheryl, then Mia. We'll go in order as you all came up on the panel. So Gigi, you can start.
Oh, okay. Well, what I got about this book, about this chapter in particular, is that you control your circumstances with your imagination. I mean, like Cheryl just said earlier, I mean, he kind of tends to be repetitive throughout the chapters in many different forms, but in a way he's saying the same thing. And that your imagination, you can use your imagination or your assumptions of what you're saying to yourself to control the outer. And wherever your attention goes, that's where you're going. That's where I got from this chapter. That the more you focus in on the outcome that you desire, you'll start, you know, automatically, you know, feeling the feelings and the moods and whatnot that go with it. So when people say, "Oh, you can't change your 3D," there it is, right there, chapter 12. How to change your 3D. There it is. It should be, well, he probably didn't know what that meant. That probably didn't exist back in his day. I mean, this was written in 1952. But you know, that's basically the change your 3D chapter. When I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah. Like this is
Yep.
I was like, well, this is change your 3D chapter 12.
Yep.
And it's cool because it's like he says that once you put your, well, I'm just paraphrasing, this is how I got out of it, that once you put your attention to the desire that you desire, you know, to the desire that you desire, the wish fulfilled, or you know what you want to experience in the situation, everything else kind of just fades away, and you'll start to automatically see, you know, what you're seeing on the inside.
Mhm.
And it's powerful how, and yet simple how, because I've seen it in my own in my own reality when I've like I'm training myself not to uh, try to do it from the outer, you know, from
Mhm.
without, like he says here, but just go within instead. I mean, because without has been a habit for so many years.
Yeah.
Now it's like I have to like kind of grab myself and say, "Whoa, okay, well, like, what are you doing, Gigi? Hello, go within, go within." I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right."
Yeah.
So I'll just go within,
Yeah.
and things will change. Like I'll use an example. I was supposed to get a refund from Amazon, and if you guys ever shop on Amazon, I'm gonna give you guys a good secret. Um, and they don't send you something on the date that it's supposed to be sent. Like they usually put on the order, you will receive it on, let's say, the 23rd of January, just throw a date, and you get it, let's say, the 25th of January. In their bylaws, they're supposed to give you a compensation, which means they can refund it to you even after you receive the item. They'll give you either a $10 Amazon gift card, or they'll give you like 1 month free of Prime. So you can choose one of the three.
Mm.
So I when I called them, in my imagination, in my mind, I already saw it approved. I already saw the deposit, the refund, everything. So about a couple of days went by and I didn't see the refund. So I called them again. "Oh, you're welcome, Lataxi." And then I said, "Huh, how come I don't have that refund?" And I'm like, "Okay, let me call again." And then at first I was like, gonna start worrying about it. I'm like, no. Wait. I run this. I'm gonna call them again. So I called them again, and then in my mind I said, "Oh, I got my deposit." So the lady was really nice. She said, "Yeah, you were supposed to call us once you receive the item so that we can refund it." I was like, "Oh, okay." She goes, "But your refund is approved." So I got my refund.
Nice.
So what I did was, instead of at first it kind of looked like I wasn't going to get it, but instead of going that route, instead of getting off that exit, I got back on the neural pathway highway of already receiving the refund, and now I got it. So I've been actually doing the stuff that's in this book.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time with it.
Yes. I actually have a success story for my husband. The same day that you were
Yay.
talking last Saturday, when you were talking about I think you were saying I think you were talking about the Chick-fil-A thing, and you were saying that they're just gonna give it to me. So he had bought this heater for the garage, and the heater wasn't working anymore. So he packed it up, put it back in the box, took it back to Menards, and for whatever reason, that store didn't have it, but he went to other stores and they didn't have it as well. They said that it was no longer in stock, and so they said the next one that they had, it was $150 more. And that one was also going to end up being discontinued. And so he said, he was saying in his mind, because he was like, he would just pay the difference, right? But then he said, "You know what? They're just going to give it to me. They're just going to give it to me. This is going to be an even exchange." And that's what happened. He got the heater that was $150 more than the one he had paid for, end up being an even exchange. He said he was just listening. He was listening to the live, and he was hearing you say that. He said, "Well, I'm gonna do that too," and he did it.
I love it. Which store was it? What store?
Yeah, Menards.
Menards, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good for him. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you train yourself. It's like, in a way, you kind of have to you're training yourself to develop that new habit of instead of jumping outwardly. "Oh, you should give me the." No, you just go inward and you just see it the way that you want to see it. It's like you're editing. You're editing the 3D, like you know what I'm saying. So yeah, that is awesome. Good for him.
Yep. Okay. We'll go to Cheryl next.
Yeah, so I thought this chapter, like for me, it's kind of like what Gigi was saying, it's really like the practice, right? Like, where is my attention? And, in the first paragraph, basically Neville says, are you allowing the outside appearances to dictate your attention, or are you going within, self-directed or misdirected? And I too thought, I had highlighted, the kind of like he said, each day set yourself the task of deliberately drawing your attention from the objective world and of focusing on it subjectively. And it's kind of been doing the same thing a little bit differently, like not really being specific about things, but like as someone who was more geared towards worrying, kind of waiting for shoes to drop and that kind of thing. Like I spend time now, like in my morning practice, especially, but I do it in the evening too. It's just like relaxing into the feeling of like everything's great. It's, life is good. It's all in perfect order. But I like the two examples you guys shared because, you can get more specific. I've just been kind of keeping it general because, there's nothing really specific that nothing has come up where I thought to use that. Although I had a situation where, I had to get my car through emissions and my check engine light was on. And it is one of these things where they can't really find the leak. So like I'll pay the mechanic like $200 or $300. They'll like tweak it and drive it around. And then they even take it through emissions for me. But this time I was just like, you know what, this is all going to work out. Everything's fine. And I stopped thinking about it. And then, I had a week or so later, my battery was dead when I was at the grocery store, and I called my husband. He was going to come, but he goes, check the battery cable. Maybe it's loose. And I jiggled it and it was loose. And it started right up, but then my check engine light was off and it passed emissions.
Yes.
So it's like Gigi said, you got to start training your mind that no matter what's happening on the outside world, it's working out for your highest or your good. You don't even have to say, I think highest good, but it's like that training the mind that not to see appearances as what they are. And so that's like, for me, this chapter is about the practice. It's about getting used to redirecting the thought patterns, because where my mind would generally go would be to the worry. I'd imagine the worst case scenario and then wonder why, things keep not working out. So, but I still notice, it takes practice because that's kind of where sometimes my mind still wants to go. But yeah, this was, really it's the practice, immersing yourself into the reality that you want to live in and feeling it as real.
Absolutely. That's it. Absolutely. Make sure to like the live, share the live. It's free. This is the way you show that you are enjoying it, and those who you feel like benefit from it, because we all will benefit from a changed reality, especially if the unwanted just keeps reappearing, keeps showing up. And so next we have Mia.
Okay, yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was over here making my coffee and stuff.
No, that's okay. You're good.
Listening. But I did good. I wrote down my notes separately so I don't have to switch pages to see.
You're nice.
Because I forget what I want to say when I'm watching and taking my notes. And I do the audio book, so I don't have a physical book. So I love chapter 12. Because a lot of times we talk about being objective and being subjective, and we should be objective. No, we should be subjective, in the world, and know that this world is about us. And the outside world is objective. So I love when chapter 12 said you are able to control your movements of your attention in the subjective world, and you can only modify your life as you please. But this can only be done if you allow your attention to be attracted constantly from without. Every day you make it a task to focus your attention subjectively and away from the objective world. And I took like objectivity is based on facts. So even when I teach about objectivity, objective information is facts. And facts is kind of what the social world and consensus agreed upon what is true. not you. And I think that's why when you go dip into the objective world and you start debating people and talking about stuff, a lot of people's debates are subjective.
Yeah.
And you're never going to agree sometimes unless you happen to have the same ideas as a person. But going in and like people coming in here and wanting to debate things that are against, like it's a never ending, it's just not purposeful. You know what I mean? Because you're forcing yourself on another person, and it's actually not a sign of love and respect and honor for another person, but that's on another thing. So subjectivity is solely based on your perception, your experiences, and your laws. So I love how he said, focus your thoughts that you deliberately determine. The thoughts that now restrict you will fade away, because those double-minded thoughts that come up as fear and doubt and lack are what keeps you. It's like that wall that keeps you from getting access to that thing that you want.
Yes.
So I loved, I just made a note that make your thoughts about what you want. Don't let the world dictate or control what you think about. It creates double-mindedness. And, you know, when you think about the world and how much the world is literally a propaganda influence machine, right? From the news, right? The news is priming you for fear, for divisiveness, for separateness. You know, television and movies, right? It's priming you to be afraid of things that may have never even happened to you. You know, when you're growing up watching Lifetime movies about all these horrific things and these stories about life, you're watching soap operas, you're watching Bad Girls Club, you're watching talk shows and about how friends are doing friends wrong and taking each other man. And all of these things are building a framework and priming you of possibility. So you're walking around with a bunch of possibility and doubt and fear of things that have never happened to you. But you're like, this could be. Oh, this could be because this happened to this thing I saw on TV. And da 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 da. When you really just need to focus on yourself and what you want, not what you don't want. But you know, most of what you get from the world isn't great. You know, and if it is great, it's going to give you a whole horror story of sacrifice and trauma before you even get to what's great. You know, so, you know, you have to kind of understand the game that you're in and make sure that you know you're the cause. Yeah. And if you are in a game, make sure you know it's a one-player game. So that's kind of really what I took from that, that you have to know and take dominance over that outside world, and kind of that experience, what I did, you know, with my job when I changed job, and, you know, I felt victim to the world and victim to what's happening to me. And until I kind of switched and took dominance over outside circumstances, and the restriction that it felt like it was faded away, and I was empowered and I regained control, and it was something that benefited me in my life. So that's what I kind of took from chapter 12. I really loved it. So yeah, that's what I want to share.
Yes. Yep. Subjective control. And the world, a lot of people, even in the spiritual community, is divided upon this subject, because a lot of people think that you have to have high flying vibes, right? You have to be, I'm thinking of good vibrations. It's not about whether the vibration is good or bad. Consciousness isn't viewing it from that perspective. It only says, what are you giving your attention to? It's what you give your attention to that you energize. Whether it be good, bad, grand, mediocre, it doesn't matter. You're the one judging it from that perspective, right? As Joseph Murphy would say, the Father judges no man, gave all judgment to the Son. And who's the Son? Your mind. You're the only one saying if something is good vibration, low vibration, high vibration. You know, you're the one deciding what's wrong or right for you. Because we can see in this third dimensional plane that the evil gets perpetuated just as much as the good, right? That the evil, that which we deem as evil, people are getting that too. Because it's not whether it was good or bad, it's because they thought to do it is why it's being done. Because they gave their mind to it is why it happens. Consciousness doesn't care what you give your mind to. It just says whatever you give your mind as you think, so shall you be. What you give your attention to, which is your energy, which is your frequency, which is your vibration, all the same. What you resonate with, what you radiate, what you emit, that's what you'll get back. So simple. So simple. We want to complicate it. So simple. Hey, Royal Nagu. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you?
What's going on, family?
Hey.
Hey, I'm like me. I do the audio book, so I gotta like print my notes out. But yeah, chapter 12. I like how he was talking about the within, the without, the objective, the subjective, and like focusing your attention. Like even though I know this, I read this, some days I embody it 24/7, and some days it's like I see just the attention just dip sometimes, So I think these are great reminders. I love these book clubs. I love just keep reminding myself about all of this great stuff. I like how he said each day set your intentions to set your intentions to direct your attention away from the objective world and focusing it subjectively. And I told you this before, like waking up and just doing like a 10-15 minute meditation. Those days, every time I do that, it's just the day just flows better. You know what I mean? Like it's like I'm on top of it before the world gets to yelling in my ear or any of that shit. This taking that 10-15 minutes to start the day is like super helpful.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. Prime that pump.
Yeah.
Centering your energy, your direction. Being purposeful, right?
Say where attention goes, energy flows. And that is some real stuff right there. Yeah.
So real. Because what does the first line say? Your imagination is able to do all, not some, not most, not many, but all that you ask in proportion to the degree of your attention. And the reason why most people don't realize their desires is why their attention is split. That's the double-mindedness. People don't hold the attention long enough to see the reality of what they're desiring. Focused attention is key. The split attention is what people end, which is why they see no quote unquote movement, why they don't see a change in their reality, why they keep looping over the same circumstances over and over again, because their attention is divided. And an unstable and double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. A double-minded mind, a mind that is back and forth. No this, no that, no this, no that. You haven't decided, haven't made a decision. So why do you think that you should get anything? You keep getting it exactly the same thing you've been getting. And until you decide that you want something different and then remain faithful to that decision, you'll get it. Did you have anything else to add, Royal?
Nah, not right now.
Okay. So we'll go to Dorie. Hello, Dorie, Grand Rising.
Let me see.
You're paused, Dorie. Remember to like the live, share the live, like. Let's get to 10K the easy way. Double tap the screen. I know I don't say it that much when we are here on Saturdays, but it's still the same. Let's get to 10K the easy way. Double tap the screen. With almost 30 of us in here, 1,000 taps each. Hey, we easily get to 30K. Let's go. Go ahead, Dorie.
Good day, family. I didn't know I was in the queue, anyway. Happy Saturday to everyone, and I'll be in the background listening.
Oh, okay, no problem. Hey, Key, how are you? Grand Rising.
Happy Saturday. Good morning, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
Good morning. Well, I learned from this chapter about the two separate worlds, objective and subjective. And when I think of objective attention, I think of, like, for me, how I used to react to everything I saw, and I would respond to circumstances and then be pulled into a mood depending on people, like people around me. If they were in a bad mood, then guess what? I'm in a bad mood too. You mad, I'm mad. So, and it's like Mia said,
Yeah, I'm so guilty of
right?
that.
Like, you mad, I'm mad. We both mad, right?
Yeah.
So, and then Mia said, like, sometimes watching even the news, like, puts you in a bad mood. Basically, letting the environment run the show and dictate the internal state. And I know for me, I didn't choose to think. I just responded. I didn't know, like I said last time, I didn't know I was supposed to choose to think. I thought that was just how it worked. But Neville, when he said attention is usually the servant and not the master, the passenger and not the navigator, it made it click, because it's like life is driving and I was just riding along. But it's called subjective attention. I get to choose what I mentally dwell in. I get to decide my internal state. So now I'm no longer noticing a feeling and then just justifying the feeling. So I don't know if anybody has ever been going about their day and then all of a sudden the feeling of being mad pops up. Like, okay, all of a sudden you're mad about something. You don't even know why you're mad at first. But then you start replaying the day's events, conversations, maybe you had a recent conversation you had with somebody, and then you build a whole storyline, and then you be like, that's why I'm mad. Yep, that's why I'm mad.
Justify.
Yeah, and then you just accept the state, and then you justify it. And you, like you always say, you give it life, like, you know, and when you could have just ignored it and been like, I'm not mad, I'm happy, right? And so, and then people have a thought, and then they just start elaborating the thought that popped up. They'll build like the whole storyline, and then they'll run the whole worst case scenarios, sorry. And then they'll be sitting there. I've called people before and they're sitting there crying and they don't even know why, because they had a thought and they just built the thought. They built it up to the worst, to the end. They went all the way from the thought to the very end, right? So, and the thought don't even be based in reality. But Neville in this chapter, he tells us, just withdraw your attention from the objective world and then stop letting appearances and reactions change your inner state. Stop letting other people's moods run the show. So now I know to stop. Stop following my attention. And now I direct it.
Yes.
And I say what I want to focus on. So I'll intervene decisively. No, that's not what I'm thinking about. That's not going to happen. This is what's going to happen. Or because I know you always tell us to renounce quietly. You don't have to make a big deal out of it. You could just quietly renounce it and move on, and just, refusing the whole victim framework, because you hear so many people that will make themselves victim. I had a recent conversation with one of my best friends who her boss had went to someone and asked, like, to basically rate how she was performing. And she was like, oh my God, he has it out for me. He's going to my coworkers and he's asking about my performance. He's looking for something. He's trying to get rid of me. And I'm like, wait, huh? I was like, he's your boss. He runs the department. This is just an employee I'm sorry, I can't even say the word. Employee evaluation. My director comes to me all the time and asks, how's my manager doing? I'm like, what? No, he's just making sure that the shift that he's running, everything is running smoothly and in line. How did you get that from that? And she literally cried over this. So, and this chapter, when I read it, it just made me laugh. Like, this is what we do. But yeah, very good chapter. So yeah.
So you like this better than the last one? Or you was like that other one, man? He was just
the other got me tripped up. I'm like, what? Neville? But this one, he really got out of the whole flowery language and made it more literal. So it made much more sense.
Yeah. It made me reminded me of when he says that, God acts, the devil reacts, right? When the doubter in you reacts to circumstances, the God in you always acts with intention, right? It always directs, it always commands. So if you realize that you're being affected by the world as opposed to affecting it, you know that you're playing the devil instead of being God. Right. So that's how you can tell the difference of what state that you're in, what state you're occupying, because circumstances have no power. They are the shadow, they are the illusion or the projection of what's going on from within. So there is no separation between the objective and the subjective. The objective is the projection of the subjective. If you don't like the objective, you got to change it from the subjective stance, from within, because it's as within, so without. Most people try to change the objective. They try to work outside in, and you can never change matter with matter. The matter is changed by spirit, not by might, nor by power, but by my spirit, says the Lord. It's the I am that changes the thing. Things don't get changed with things. Things get changed with mind, with spirit, with the I am. Someone on YouTube says, I have to return to prayer, meditation, and exercise. And I did that in the past. I had a day that flowed better. Whatever your law is. If you determine that that's what's necessary to bring about the day that you want, then that's what it shall be. Because we are a law unto ourselves. We must understand that there's nothing to do. There's only to be. We get so caught up in the doing and forget to just be. Be still and know. Like Gigi was saying earlier, I have to keep reminding myself that I don't have to do anything. So she was just echoing what I have been saying to myself. Less doing, more being. Anytime I think I got to do something to make it so, I'm out of order. Anytime we think we have to do something to make it so, we're out of order. Because there's nothing to, it's already done. It's about allowing. That's what it's allowing it to be, and it shall be, because it already is. God is. God isn't trying to be, trying to do, trying to get. God already is. I am. Not I'm going to be, not I will be, not I'm trying to be. I am. And that's what I know someone mentioned this earlier, but I'm going to read it or state it again. There is an enormous difference between attention directed objectively and attention directed subjectively. And the capacity to change your future depends on the latter. When you are able to control the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you can modify or alter your life as you please. As you please, as you deem so, it will be so. You don't have to consult anyone. You don't have to get a consensus. You don't have to beg, plead, or bargain. You just have to command. Decide what it is you want, and then let it be. Let it be. He says, the day you achieve control of the movements of your attention in the subjective world, you are master of your fate. You are mastering your fate when you're able to control the direction of your mind. Self-mastery. You must gain mastery of your thoughts, because your thoughts are the creative power in your world. What you think about, you literally bring about. And finally, he says, having achieved control of the movements of your attention and having discovered the mystery hid from the ages, that Christ in you is your imagination, you will assert the supremacy of imagination and put all things, not most things, some things, many things, all things in subjection to it. Bringing every thought captive, says Paul, right? Bringing every thought captive to the subjection of the power of the Christ mind. And so, one second, Gigi, we have Glaze. Hello, Glaze. How have you been, girly? It's been a while. How you doing? You can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I got my headphones on, so I may sound a little muted, but hey, how are you?
I'm
How's the
great.
family? I missed you.
Oh, yes, we missed you too.
Yeah, so in December, my mom's brother passed away, and then 6 days later, my mom passed away, so I've been dealing with all of that, but I have some great manifestations to talk about on
Well, sending
Wednesday.
love and virtual hugs and kisses
Thank
to
you,
you and your
thank
family.
Thank you so much, but it was a lot of lessons learned about the power within myself that I would definitely have to share. So I'm just glad to be here.
Oh, glad to have you here too.
So I wanted to just piggyback on what Key was stating about other influences causing, us to be triggered all day. And that occurred, to me, I think it's a process. First, you have to be aware that that's happening. And then, for what, because I can speak for me.
Mm-hmm.
I used to like this all men's podcast. It was just, I love the topics and how real they were.
Mm-hmm.
But when they talked on subjects that I had experienced, it sort of triggered me and made me like fast a whole day.
Mm.
And so then I had to, at first when it was occurring, I didn't know why. But then later on, months later, I was like, oh, it's this show that's making me react this way. But I like the show, so then I stopped watching it. But then I thought, well, if the power is within me, then how am I allowing what they're saying to affect me? So I always say, oh, it's just entertainment, it's entertainment. But I think one day you said something, you said, and it was just a little comment. You said, I have to look at that word entertainment because of inner. The word inner. And that's all you said. You didn't dwell on it. You moved on. But that was the key for me. I said, let me switch this. It is an outertainment.
Mm.
Nothing in it, nothing that they say enters me unless it's to bless me.
Yes, love
it's
that.
Entertainment.
Yes.
When I start seeing it as everything outside of me is entertainment, I watch that show and it's hilarious. I have a good time every time because it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not within me. It can't enter because I said it.
Yes.
So that's all I have to say. You guys.
Yes. Oh, I love that. Love that. Love that. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. So we'll go to Gigi and then we'll go to Kev. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yes. Something that Key was saying earlier makes a lot of sense, and it definitely goes with this chapter. And Blaze just said the same thing. I just love it how when I'm about to say something and then one of my besties here brings it. That's how I know that we're all connected.
Yes.
But it's true. And it's like, Key's perspective or her attention perspective of what was going on with her boss was like, oh, he's just checking up on me to make sure things are going how they're going or whatever. And then with her associate, it was like, oh my God, they're going to fire me. He's after me or something like that. It's all your perception, what meaning you give behind a situation, and it's which direction you choose to go. And the direction that you choose to go is on your attention. And it's so true. It's like, I do the same thing with music. Like to me, I'll hear a song and I'll sing it and whatnot. and I'll just say to myself, okay, just so you know, these are just words. This has nothing to do with you. Just like Glaze just said, it's outertainment, not entertainment. And I like that. And at times, like my husband will be watching YouTube, and he likes watching like politics and stuff like that. And before reading this book, I would literally sit there and argue with YouTube. Like I'm actually in that panel with those people. And then at times when I catch myself doing it, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, Gigi, what are you doing there? You're not even a freaking politician. You're a rock star. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Like, what am I doing here? So I will immediately, like, while he's watching that, while that's going on, they're sitting there going, nah. I'll literally go inward, and I'll picture myself playing at some arena or playing somewhere, touring with a band or something like that. And I'll like be laughing to myself or having a good time, and he'll be looking at me like wondering, baby, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I just feel good. And he's like, really? Because what's going on there? They're arguing, and I'm like, and I say to him, yeah, I'm not there. I'm on tour right now. He's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's amazing how your imagination can take you somewhere, and then people's energies does transfer. Like, right now, if I start crying, you'll start crying. If you watch a movie of somebody crying, you have no idea, you've never had their experience, you've never been in their situation, but because you're so focused, you're so focused in that movie, you're so focused on that story, that when they start crying, you can't help but start crying too. It's the same thing. If you're listening to somebody's story and they're mad and they're upset, well, then you'll get upset and mad too. If it's like a little kid will sit in front of you and laugh for no reason, and you'll start laughing. And the people say, "What's so funny?" It's like, I have no idea, but and the energy will transfer. Yeah. But if you're giving your attention to it, and it goes to show that attention is wherever you're giving your attention to, that's where you're going to go.
Yeah.
But the beauty about it is if you don't want to go that way anymore, you can always just turn around and focus your attention on something else.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
It. You're welcome. Hey, Kevin, how are you? So once Kevin's done, then we'll go to chapter 13. Grand Rising, how are you?
Grand Rising, everyone. Oh man, this is a wonderful, absolutely wonderful book. It is helping us to be aware of those things that we may not be aware of. And our awareness comes to where our attention goes. But our awareness or our attention is something that we get to control, not let it control us. Because when it controls us, that's when we find ourselves things happening to us, not for us, or understanding to get things to happen. We're being the cause. Your imagination is really your God power. Your imagination, because all things that are seen came from things that are not seen. And all the things that exist in the not seen are created in your imagination. So I know this is not manifesting Wednesday. I know it's the power of awareness book, a book club, but it ties back into what we're manifesting. If we are aware of our thoughts, our imagination, whatever those thoughts happen to be, those thoughts will collapse into a material into material form. And that only happens to that which we give our attention to. If we're finding ourselves or aware that we're not in a good mood at the start of the day, because the world is a mirror of self. If we find something that we're frustrated about early in our day, and if we choose to give our attention to that which we're frustrated about, it will reflect more things to be frustrated about. Whether it's traffic, whether it is you burnt your toast in a toaster, whether you shattered the plate or glass or something that'll go by or happen to increase that energy of frustration. When you're aware that you're the one that caused that, now you're in a position to be on the outside looking in to do something about it. I had somebody, I was in a great mood. And I guess I was in such a great mood that someone asked me, "What are you smiling about?" And my response was, "Everything." And obviously it looked at me like I had three heads because they weren't on that vibration. It was like, how can you? It's like now there's winter, and we had some snow, ice, or whatever, and people were complaining about the weather. And I could have joined in with their energy and said, man, ice and the car getting stuck and cold and all that. Instead, I said, through my awareness, look how pretty the snow is. Look, it looks like a wonderland. It's so beautiful. You see how you have the power to change your energy at will? And when we take that something that simple and continue to practice in that vein, we gain full control of the godship of our imagination. Because we have to understand that we are our God experiencing ourselves through our thoughts, through our imagination. We are experiencing ourselves. We are the flesh, the spirit, and that has been manifested in the flesh, experiencing itself. That's who we are. That's how we are created. That's why God and I are one. And it's through our imagination we can have any and everything we so desire. Any and everything. There is no power outside of us. It doesn't exist. Even when it shows itself trying to exist as a power through fear, saying that it has that fear is greater than who we are.
Mm.
You have to understand the fear came from you.
Now that's so my daughter. I'm glad that you brought that up. I know we're gonna do a little side conversation here. I know this
Okay.
has nothing to do with the power of awareness. She's trying to reconcile in her mind. Well, if God is love, how could love ever create fear?
Mm.
So, because in her mind, that's not God. Fear because the Bible reminds you that you were not given a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. So if you're operating in fear, then you're not being God. But I had to ask her, well, when is God never not God?
Right.
Is there ever a time God cannot be God? And see how you're perceiving fear and how consciousness is, you're making it wrong when consciousness isn't making it wrong. Consciousness isn't seeing fear as a bad thing, as a wrong thing, as a thing that shouldn't be happening. It says that now, yes, the book does say that you were not giving the spirit of fear, which means what? It's a creation of the mind.
Yes.
It is not something that exists in and of itself, where love does, because love is not a creation. Love is, because God is. When you say love and God, you're talking about the same thing. When you say fear, you're talking about a creation,
Yes.
which has no power in and of. The created thing never has any power in and of itself. Right? Only that which created it has all power, but they're not separate now. The creation and the creator are still one. Seeing that you created the thing, you can what? Recreate the thing.
Correct.
But she still was like, she wasn't, that wasn't satisfying her, what I was saying. So she's like, I just got to meditate on it. I just got to, because it's not, because she was, to me, she was separating the powers. She was like, well, what is God anyway? What does that even mean? What is God? Like, she's like, we all have power and we're all using our power to, but I'm like, but again, you're trying to say that the power and God are like, it's God here and then there's power. It's fear here and then there's God. No, I create the evil and the good. I wound and I heal. I kill and I make alive. I, the Lord, the mind, the thought, do all these things. We want so much to separate consciousness because we see fear as a wrong thing, as opposed to something that we utilize to shift our consciousness or our awareness. Fear is just a tool to awaken you to the fact that you have gotten off path.
Absolutely.
I have a question. Since we're kind of a little offline. So when I think about that and like the original sin, like I think more like about the doubt side of it, because, you know, in the Bible, it says, you know, when God talks to Adam and Eve, he asked them, well, who told you that you won't die? Who told you? And it's almost like God was surprised that you could be double-minded and have doubt, you know, because it was doubt. You doubted what God told you in the first place. So it was what the double-mindedness was, the act of doubting truth. You doubted that
was
God
it
said.
doubt or was it awareness?
It was like the
They
awareness.
became aware that they were naked,
yeah,
right?
They became aware that there was another option.
Right.
Other than what God said, right?
Right.
And it's just like, that's the same thing that we deal with today, right? Once you decide you should be chilling, but you're not, because you're sitting here thinking of the other option. But if you really believe what you believe, there is no other option.
Right.
You should be somewhere chilling.
Right.
So it's like that double-mindedness, the doubt of it all is, well, you're just creating problems for yourself. The doubt that because you think that there's another option, you think that you have to do something to prevent it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just getting in the way. You want to work so hard, now you got to work for everything then. You don't believe that I'm going to provide all your needs, so okay, go work then.
Yep.
Do what you think is best. Do your thing then. Okay.
It's your
Well,
thing.
And
do
I
what
like-
you want to do.
And I like
I
that.
can tell you. Yeah.
Hey,
In that same vein,
and you know,
Well,
and
it's like-
I last thing I want to say before we
Yeah,
get
go ahead.
into the next chapter is, you know, like when they say the idle mind is the devil's playground. And that's almost like the bored. When you don't know how to think, when you're bored, you better not have an idle mind. When your mind is idle, you better know how to focus it, right? Because when you don't have control over your mind and your imagination, because I love what I think it was Key or someone who said, that's why I don't like driving. That's why you better have some music. I have Toya playing. I have Neville Goddard playing in the car. But you got to work on your music, because driving is a place where, oh my God, you'll be in your thoughts so bad, mess around and get re-mad, read something, and that's going to take me to my point of the next chapter. So I ain't going to say it when it's my turn. But
Okay.
my idle mind is the devil's playground, and it's just kind of being in control of your thoughts and focusing your attention, because your mind you can go right up into a situation and mess around, be driving around mad, creating conversations, replaying conversations, and just create something in your mind when you aren't focused and being subjective, and you're being too objective about the world. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet. Wait on my turn for the next chapter now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, what I just say briefly, all these things, because thoughts are things, are lobbying for your attention to be created. And then I'm not saying they're bad or good or evil. I'm not judging. I'm just saying how it comes into existence, into manifestation, is through your attention. Your attention is always drawn to that which you intend to manifest. And the awareness of having the awareness that your attention manifests that which you give your energy to. Whether you're being tricked into it by media or different outlets, they're lobbying for your attentions because they know that's where the power to create them comes from. They're created by your attention. Your energy, they need that and to survive. They're in survival mode just like you become fight or flight mode for survival. So do they. Those things, those negative thoughts, those fears, they know if you don't give them attention, they're going to die because they need your energy to survive. Just like the things that you intentionally want to happen need your attention, your energy, for them to survive. That's why we're not, as Neville Goddard said, when we're manifesting, we're not bringing something from over there to over here. What we think is over there is already here. It already exists. It just needs your attention to come into the manifestation of the 3D. That's what brings it that's what brings it to life. You create. You create what you create. Our creative power comes through our imagination. And then what we imagine, we give our energy through attention. And through our attention to what we imagine, it manifests. Kind of get it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're going to talk to 8Town. Hello, bro. What's going on?
What's up, family? How you doing, Toya?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Excellent. Been a little, just in the back scenes a little bit, Uncle had a transition, and then I got my another uncle staying with me. So I've been kind of like, ooh, it's been a little something. So, but yeah, one thing I love about, our book clubs.
Well, we're sending
and
hearts
also
and virtual hugs and kisses to you as well.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
your
yeah.
family,
Thank you.
condolences
Yeah,
to you.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. For sure. Yeah, they being the youngest of five, or I think it's six of them. So being the youngest of six, it definitely took them for a loop. So just kind of, being gracious to everybody in that transition or whatever. But yeah, everybody's all good. We get it. But yeah, thank you for the love. So one thing I wanted to add, matter of fact, excellent shares from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Kev, we already know where you're going to drop these bombs. But just for us being able to get that practical revelation, that practical being able to make it us, because that's one thing I do like about Neville is as much as you can read, there's gonna be a time where you're gonna have to, where the rubber is gonna meet the road. You know what I'm saying? Where you're gonna have to put this into play. You know what I mean? And you're gonna, you're gonna have to put it into action. It's just not a good feel type of read, or just kind of like, well, let me just get this. I don't even know. Whatever. Oh, shoot. All this, whatever type of superficialness, that can come about. But and that's one thing I definitely enjoy is because as many book clubs or as many times as we can go over certain things, there's always just different levels to being able to apply this stuff. And so I just love how it really helps us really narrow our attention down, really allows us to really hone in on our faculties, our tools that we have. And I think we kind of discussed this in the previous chapters, how much of a tool the imagination is, and how much of a machine and how much of a system we are in itself. And yeah, I was doing too much here. My bad. But I do love the fact that our imagination is in proportion to the degree of our attention, right? Because as we had mentioned, our imagination allows us to to deepen, whether or not it's to whatever side. It's not even a good or bad side because we're always manifesting, right? And I think that goes into the point of what your daughter was talking about, Toya. There's a couple of things I did highlight. Your attention is directed from within when you deliberately choose what you will be preoccupied with mentally. And that goes back to what I think Mia was saying, where, when I'm doing the dish, I recognize when I'm doing the dishes, when I'm, just cleaning, my mind can go, various places. So I'm ready to tap in, or throw in an audiobook or something to that nature, to be able to keep rehearsing. I recognize that I have to be able to keep rehearsing this stuff within my consciousness. And then I like the part where it says, you will no longer accept the dominance of outside conditions or circumstances. You will not accept life on the basis of the world without. But then also before that, it says, the day you achieve control of your movements, of your attention, and the subjective world, you are the master of your fate. And so I really love that because, it allows me to take accountability for where, what, who is in my life, what's going on in my life. It allows me to even practice forgiveness, right? Forgiveness of myself. It allows me to be grateful, right? Expressing the level of gratitude. We've had a lot of different situations occur within like the last couple of months. It's been kind of crazy, and I'm here for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm here for it because my attention is on the wealth, health, abundance. I'm tapped in. I'm being a little more deliberate than I used to be. And things are coming where it's like, dang, I ain't got enough hands. You know what I'm saying? I'm juggling. I feel like I'm in a circus just because, if it comes into my circumstances or my well-being, I'm either redefining it, claiming it, or being able to make it so. You know what I'm saying? And continuing continuing the presence of it. And so I'm just enthralled into this book. I'm definitely enthralled into, just appreciative of everybody just dropping these gems. And I'll land right there.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love what you add to the conversation as well. Thank you, thank you. So we're going to go to Cheryl. We're going to start the 13th chapter, acceptance, and then we'll go to Gigi and Mia in that order.
For me, the acceptance, I kind of was thinking in terms of belief. So this coupled with chapter 12, it kind of felt like a mathematical equation, like, it's impersonal, like attention, where you put your attention and your beliefs is, what you're going to create or bring into your reality. So I liked the part, again, I think Kevin talked about, the practice, and this talks about, where are you physically? And he tells you, practice going into your imagination. And, I like the part where he says, in these periods, the imagination state is so real that when you return to the objective world and find that it's not the same as the imagined state, it is an actual shock. And that's been, what's kind of cool, like about kind of like A-Town said, like starting to apply this because, I take a lot more time now, like in my morning, especially when it's quiet, to really like get into the mood. And again, it's not so much like I'm trying to get into like an emotion. It's more like finding those things that I know are already within me, like, getting in a mood of joy, because, joy is in me. I don't have to find joy outside. I don't have to find love outside. Like all that exists in me. And one of the side effects or outcomes, I guess, is like just how many more days like I'm having that are actually just I feel happier. Like it's such a great like just noticing like you put this effort in, and at first, it, for me at least, because my thoughts were so ingrained for so many years, like it felt like a lot of work, like going uphill, but once you start to kind of stretch the mind a little and get used to like entertaining these new concepts and investing, like I really stuck with me how in the beginning of the book, Neville said, you're either investing or you're spending. So how am I investing, my time? And so practicing the mood, it kind of helps me with the acceptance piece, because belief is key. And, my beliefs, like my old belief system was, life was struggle. It was hard to get money, just all those things and then they kept playing out. So they became even more entrenched. And so spending more time, investing more time and practicing, what would it feel like if, everything was working out for me or, and I've had some, results. And, I had this one experience too, where I've been feeling so good lately. Like I came home one day I dog sit for people. So I came home one weekend from a dog sitting job, and, my husband had like made this huge cooking mess, and he wasn't home when I got home. And I was first like, I wanted to be mad about it, but I was in such a good mood. Like I didn't even think to be mad, and that was like, wow, my patterns are changing, and that didn't even take work, because a lot of times I would have to really, okay, I don't want to go down this, but, think there's no one to change but self. Don't we all love that? It's like, so, if I keep getting angry about these things, they're going to keep happening, right? So, the accountability piece, the practice, and then the belief that this can be true. This can happen for me. So again, I kind of saw these two things as working together, and just a reminder, wherever your attention is most placed, that's what's going to, happen in your world. So spend time, invest in these periods of absorption of concentrated attention, because these are the beginnings of the things you harvest. And so I just really thought these two chapters, like they're the key to me, of like how this works, and to do these things, because and I like the point too that Mia made, because where your attention is, like you notice, like, yeah, like when you don't have something on your mind, like driving or just, that's when it's easy to kind of let some things go. So I kind of have these strategies now. Like some manifestors on TikTok talk about a high vibe list. So I made a music list, and, I've got books on tape, and just anything to keep my thoughts from, wandering to the old pathways. I want to keep them in the new neuro pathways. So, yeah, this was a great chapter.
Yes. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yes, this chapter piggybacks chapter 12 and 13 to me. They seem to be the same. It's what you're accepting, where your attention is and what you're accepting. You were saying about your daughter. It's like when you go on a ride, the amusement park, and it could be really crazy. It could be crazy looking because there's some rides that are crazy, like in Las Vegas, for instance, in the casinos. And you can say to yourself, "Oh my God, it's going to be scary. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. This is going to happen." Or you can say, "I'm going to have a good time on that ride, and I can't wait to ride it again."
Mm-hmm.
So it's your perception or your acceptance of how it's going to go for you. It's just, if you're thinking fear, then you're going to experience fear. If you're thinking it's going to be a piece of cake, then you're going to experience a piece of cake. Just like when I was a kid, I would do piano competitions, and they used to call me the secret weapon because I would play all these classical pieces on the piano by heart. Beethoven, Chopin, Liszt, all these difficult pieces, especially Beethoven, because Beethoven was in a class all by himself. The guy was already a rock star before the word was invented. And so I would play it by heart, and in the meanwhile, I would be competing with these college kids, high schoolers. I was maybe in elementary, junior high, and they would be using sheets. And I would see them backstage, like, looking at their sheets, trembling. What are they going to play? What are they going to play? Blah, 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 blah. And at times, I would kind of catch myself doing that. And then I'd be like, wait a minute, what are you doing? You know this. Even as a kid, I'd say to myself, you know what you're doing. You have to do what they're doing. You're going to kick their ass when you get out there. You got this. Mm-hmm. And they go out there, and even with their sheets, they would mess up. And they would come back and say, I know I was going to mess that up. I know I was going to mess that up, blah, 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 blah. And I go out there saying, I got this. I know, I got this. Oh man, I got that. I'm gonna kick your ass when I'm playing this by heart. You have to use a sheet. I'm playing this by heart. I got this. I'd be cocky about it, but with myself, and and wonder, well, how come I keep winning? Well, when I realize now that I know this, I realize because I didn't accept what they were doing. I didn't go ahead and play the reindeer game of, oh my God, what if this, what if that? Instead, I went within and knew that I got this. I was like, I've been practicing. I already know this. I can play it by heart. I know it so well that I can't even tell Beethoven, what page is what part. That's how good I know this. And so we're all God, and it's what we're choosing. It's what we're accepting. And I love that chapter in the Bible that Nia just said. Who told you? Who told you this? Who told you there's fear? Who told you that you're not good enough? Who told you? Because in God, we're perfect. So who's telling you this bullshit? You have to put it that way. So the imagination and what you focus your attention on, that's what you're going to experience. And I love how he says here, the keys are desire, imagination, and steadily focused attention on the feeling, acceptance, knowing of the wish fulfilled. To such a man, any undesirable objective fact is no longer a reality, and the ardent wish no longer a dream. So when you're focused on the wish fulfilled, or you're in that situation of your desired state, it's like everything that you don't want kind of just disperses. It disappears. So what I loved about this chapter is about, what are you accepting? What are you creating? What are you seeing? What neural pathway highways are you taking? And if it's not matching, if the 3D is not matching what you are desiring, then you have to say to yourself, okay, what am I thinking? What am I putting my attention on? What am I being focused on? And I'm gonna be using that, like, who told you? So whenever if a little negative thought likes a little weasel, a little ugly head in there, I'm gonna say, who told you?
Yep.
That's good. That's my new one. Who told you?
Love it.
And I think everybody should say that to themselves, because we're all wonderfully made. God, we're made in God's image and in his likeness. So we're wonderfully made. We're beautiful. You ain't gotta look like, Gigi Hadid to be beautiful. You're beautiful already.
Mhm.
Okay? I mean, you're perfectly made. You're perfect. We're made in God's image and God's likeness. What does that mean? That what God can do, we can do. Even Jesus said that.
Yeah.
Even Jesus said greater things.
Yep.
So we can do even greater things than Jesus.
Yes.
He said it, not me. That's in the script. Don't hate the player, hate the game. It's in the book.
It's in the book.
You know, when they try to tell me, oh, that's not true, I'm like, well, what Bible are you reading? Because I've seen it in the King Jimmy, I've seen it in the Amplified, I've seen it in the this what, Elizabethan, American, Spanish. I've seen it, and it says the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I'm having a blast with this, and I mean, just want to tell everybody on here, you are perfect, just the way you are.
Yes.
You are perfect, just the way you are. That's what I got from this chapter, and I can stay on here forever, but I'm gonna let my friends go on here, my family.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
guys.
Gigi. Thank you.
Love you guys. Thank you.
Yes, yes. All right, go ahead, Gigi. Not Gigi, Mia. Go ahead, Mia.
Oh yeah. So I love this chapter, and I just feel like a huge gem was dropped in this chapter, especially for me. I don't know if anybody caught it, but the thing about acceptance, when he said, whenever you become completely absorbed in an emotional state, you are at that moment assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. And I feel like that is the thing that people have a hard time grasping of how to do. And it's like, you've been doing it. You literally been doing it. Like, you assume the feeling of your worst nightmare fulfilled all the time.
Say that.
I mean, like, let's keep it really real. Because just like we were talking earlier, when you're sitting in your car replaying a situation that pissed you off and you get re-mad, you're assuming the feeling of the moment fulfilled.
Yep.
When I think about my mother and I'll get sad, I'm assuming that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can easily think about the worst things happening and get sad. We can literally think about things in our past and get that good feeling. We can think about that man that make us feel good and butterflies inside. Ooh, you know, you can think about that good thing that, you know, you could smell something and it can make you think about your grandma. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you know how to do it. So just like when you are replaying and thinking about things that make you emotional, hearing that song, practice and literally think about your desires coming true. And if you ever pay attention to small children, when they're just sitting around thinking and they're just laughing to themselves, like, what's so damn funny? They are assuming the feeling of their wish fulfilled.
Mm-hmm.
They are like, ooh, this is so fun. I love just being a child and playing in their mind,
Mm-hmm.
you know? So while people are like, get out your head, stop daydreaming. Why? It's fun over here. Mind your business.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over here assuming the feeling of my wish fulfilled. I go to sleep every night daydreaming about all my desires.
Yes.
I go to sleep with a smile on my face.
Yes.
And that is what it is. So people can stop sending people $3,000 and getting adjoining. I mean, get your money, I guess. But you literally do it all the time. Like, we literally assume the feeling of our worst nightmares and manifest it on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? That gut feeling you get, that, you know, I can literally well up and cry just thinking about something. You can do that. Actors, why do you think people in Hollywood and people, Denzel Washington damn near turned into Malcolm X, giving a speech. And then they made us think, oh, he's possessed by the spirit of Malcolm X. No, he just know the secret.
He just know the secret.
He just know how to do it. That's how they know how to get them Grammys and shit, because they know how to assume the feeling of whatever they need to be. You know? So that's literally, like, I just feel like he just dropped the gem in there because, you know, we know how to do it. We just abuse it, right? We don't use it correctly. And, you know, we think about our past and we talk about mental illness, and like depression is like obsessing about things that you can't control in the past. You know, the past and the future only exist in our mind. but your desires and the things you want exist in your mind too. Focus on them.
That part.
I mean, literally, why you want to focus on things that want to make you cry? You know, I honestly, and it's so funny, I don't even like to watch movies that make me emotional. I don't care if it makes me emotional in a good way or bad way, because I don't want to pull it on my heartstrings. Like Best Man Holiday, but Tyler Perry movie, that movie was so damn sad, it pissed me off. I cried my eyelashes out in the movie theater. It was a whole line of us. It was me, my ex-husband, my sister, her husband. We all crying, big grown men crying. I was so mad leaving that movie because it's like, damn. Then Tyler Perry, for Color Girls, you dropping children out the window. You know what? No thanks. But it's just true because they know how to, you know, movies know how to affect your emotions. They know that you can, you know, and that's a very powerful thing.
And
So,
not just right, not just not just the entertainment world, right? You have the religious world, you have the spiritual world.
Yes.
Everyone tells you to be emotional.
yes.
Every last one, everything tells you to be led by emotions. If it
Yes.
feels good, it must be right.
Yes.
They don't tell you to think. They tell you to go by your emotions. Let your feelings be your guide.
I cry when I want to cry. When Selena come on, right when Selena get ready to die, the movie's over. I'm going to enjoy my movie. You ain't about to make me cry.
Because what they know is once they can get your emotions, they got you. So then what? They can pick your pocket.
Of course. Why
They
do you
can
think
they can get you to give them whatever because in the moment it feels right to do so. Then you get home, you're like, what the hell did I do? I know I didn't just get this pass. I know I need to get this pass of $2,000. I know I didn't just. I know I didn't just sign up for this person because they sounded they would pull it. They were telling me that, oh, I did it. Because here's the thing, when we and again, yes, we want to feel connected to one another, but that goes without trying. We're already connected, right? But that's why when Kevin was talking about being a salesperson and the psychology that goes along with the story.
Yes.
The zero to the hero story that I started where you were and you can be where I am, right? You got to lead with a story, right? The whole world is based on emotions, but the Bible is telling you how to what? Master them, not be led by them. But the world tells you, oh, be led by your emotions. Get that emotional connection with the buyer, with the audience. Let them feel you. Let them connect to you. And then people utilize that to what? And not saying everybody does it. Not everybody trying to get over on you. Not everybody trying to take advantage of you. Not everybody trying, you know, because I do know that when people do feel connected to you, they will want to just give you things.
Yes.
But then that's not because you're manipulating them.
Absolutely.
Right? It's because they just feel it's a difference between appreciation and manipulation.
Absolutely.
So some people do give out of appreciation and absolutely no qualms with that. Not even if it's any qualms with manipulation, but just know when you're being manipulated. And the thing is, most people don't know.
Well, you know, some people can't use that as a power. Like some people know that they have this thing and that people are drawn to their energy and they can manipulate that. But, you know, outside of that, and you're right, like in churches, they use emotion. Absolutely, because they know our people are driven off emotion. And in religion, people are driven off. Why you think when the church ain't moving too much, that pastor get to singing and getting loud and get to sweating and get to jogging and get to running up and down that court, and then all of a sudden we was talking, and then the preacher gets to singing and it get to real passion and it get to all that emotional stuff. I'm like, oh, how did we get here?
Yeah, because I listened to one guy said he was bringing this stuff forth. I'm sure he wasn't the one that originated this thought, but said that it's 3 ways to make money, right? It's to tell people that want to be lied to them because they want to be lied to. And then tell those who want to be told the truth, tell them the truth because they want to be told the truth. But the way you don't make money is trying to tell people the truth that want to be lied to.
Yep.
They ain't gonna do nothing for you.
I'm telling you.
They gonna do the ones that want to be lied to, but you keep giving them the truth. Oh, they're not trying to hear that. The people want to be told flowery things. People want to be told a good feel things, right? And what mostly feels good, it ain't my fault. If I can tell you a story about how it wasn't you, it was the nigga that you brought into your life, or it was the gold digger that she is the problem. He is the problem. It was never you.
or the evil outside of you.
That's what sells. That's what makes people feel, oh, I don't gotta take responsibility. Oh, they took advantage of me. I'm the victim in this situation. Oh, thank you. I just was looking for somebody that could identify and see me and understand that I knew it wasn't me. I knew it was them. I knew it. Thank you.
Yeah.
People want that amen, but that's okay because that's what makes the world go around. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just shedding light. I'm just letting you know that that's, that arena. Most people find themselves filling those auditoriums. If I can tell you, it ain't true. We not blaming victims, but we over here know there is no such thing. Over here, we know there is no such thing as a victim. So. Yeah. For me, we're gonna go to Royal and then Key. You can unmute, Royal. You have anything to add to chapter 13?
I like how he said, assume the spirit, the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and you will have opened the window to receive the blessing. To assume a state is to get in the spirit of it. Your triumphs will be a surprise only to those who do not know your hidden passage from a state of longing to the assumption of the wish fulfilled. I love it. Like this reminds me of, I've been doing a lot of research on like neuroscience, and I just think it's amazing how it like science is really correlating. Like this is no longer like woo woo shit. You know what I mean? Like it's correlating with that like neuroplasticity. We can literally change our neural pathways by just assuming, like what he's saying, assuming the spirit or assuming the feeling. You know what I mean? You can literally change the way your brain moves or functions. You know what I mean? The narrative we tell ourselves can just change your whole life. Can change and put you in that what do you call it? In the fulfilled state. You know. I think that's amazing, and
yeah.
I love this chapter.
Yeah, because another way to say it, feeling the fulfillment of the wish, right? Fulfilled, right? Is saying the acceptance of the end wills the means to that end. Once you accept that it's already yours, it will, the necessary circumstances that have to take place must take place. So just accept the end. Accept that it's already yours. Accept that it's done. That's the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Acceptance, which is chapter 13. There's a chapter in the book called that. Called acceptance. That's all he's saying. Accept the end, and then whatever needs to happen, whatever needs to take place to fulfill the end must take place. This is law.
And without jumping ahead, and that's what chapter 14 is like, the effortless way. Like you don't really have to even, you know how they say the devil's in the details. Like you don't even have to map out the route. You know, just go straight to the end.
Because the devil is the doubt. The moment you start trying to get too much into the weeds, get into the details, what you start to think of doubt. You start thinking of ways that it can't possibly happen. Why it shouldn't go your way, because you're too much into the details. The details is not your work. The how was never meant to be on your board. It was never to be part of your recipe. The how was never your work. The details belong to God. Why? Because it's already done. How are you trying to figure out how to do something when the doing has already been done? This we have to constantly remind ourselves. If what I'm doing is to make something, so I'm not. Sorry, YouTube. Sorry. I'm back online. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My hands got a little bit too out. My hands got too many out of control.
You say out of order.
Yep, out of order. I was out of order.
Words of power.
I know, right? Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Chapter was amazing, and like you said, acceptance. Just accepting that, assuming that, believing that, moving from that, and just remembering that, because I think the world, like society, I know we're all one and it's all love, but it is, and I've been in that for so long, for 30 plus years, of just like external. just moving external, and I got to do this, I got to go get this, I got that, you know what I mean? So just having this transition from that is the doubt and the other thoughts keep trying to come up because it's been programmed for 30-something years, you know what I mean? But yeah, and it's an instant thing. Like he said, it's an instant thing. You know what I mean? It ain't something you got to do. Like, all right, I got to be like this now for another 30 years to wash out the last 30. Like, nah, you know? So I think that's beautiful.
Yes, love it. Love it. That's it.
But yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, Key, you're at bat.
Hey, I'm back up. So Neville said, he said, Lord of hosts will not respond to your wish until you have assumed the feeling of already being what you want to be. So God doesn't respond to wanting or begging. And oh man, how I used to get on my knees and beg. And I'm like, that's why people can beg for their entire life and it never comes into fruition. And then they turn around and they're mad at God. But they simply didn't know the law. And full transparency, I had an attitude yesterday because I was like, man, why didn't I know the law years ago? You know, they told me the secret. It was all over the internet, but I didn't hone in. I just spent decades suffering for no reason. So I beat myself up for about maybe 30 minutes and then I snapped out of it. I'm like, ugh. And then I have a brother, he'll be 60 actually this year. And he wants to be a successful recording artist.
Oh, okay.
And he's frustrated because his career never took off and he dedicated his whole life, lots of finances, trying to land a record deal. But every time you talk to him, he's complaining that he's so broke. He'd be like, oh, it's so hard out here. But, this chapter, it breaks it down. God responds to identity occupancy.
Ooh, say that again. I love the way how you feel. Identity occupancy.
Who are you? What do you identify as? And so how do I know when I've accepted the state? When I stop getting an adrenaline rush thinking about it? When I stop getting overly excited, jumping up and down? Because why am I jumping up and down and screaming my head off if I've already assumed the state? Right? So there's no techniques, there's no striving, no hustle. I had to stop saying I'm a hustler because I used to I'm a hustler. No. There's no. Hustle.
You sound like my daughter. No, not daughter. Go ahead.
There is no more hustle in me. I assume, I enter the state and I accept it. And then in the words of Toya, just decide and leave it the alone. Leave it alone. Yeah. So, yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's it. It's just like, when I go back to the script, who do you say that I am? That's the identity occupancy. Who do you say that I am? You got to really sit with that. You got to really think about that. Because whoever you say that I am, that's what you shall be. It's what you say. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. Right? I am everything, and everything is I am. God is. God is never becoming. God is never will be. God never is going to be. God is. And that's the state we have to keep reminding ourselves of. God is, and says God is, I am. And what am I? Who am I? Whoever I say I am. It's whatever I say I am. You say choose wisely now. Choose wisely. But here's the thing. Here's the mercy of the law. You can choose unwisely and then change it. Because you can take when we were talking about fear, right? And I was thinking about being an alchemizer. I know Key said that's one of her girlfriends, one of her best girlfriends told us, I'm an alchemizer, right? You take fear and you transmute it into love. Because I know A-Town asked something about love in the chat, right? About 30 minutes back, right? Yes, you take fear and you alchemize it, you transmute it, you transform it. You go down to the potter's house, to the mind, and you take the unmolded, the thing you did, the unwanted thing, the thing that you made in your ignorance as you slept, as you forgot about who you were, and you reshape it, you remold it. You cast nothing away, because what does the scripture say? There is nothing lost in all of my holy mountain. Ain't nothing lost in the kingdom of our good. We take the bad and we make it good. We take the wrong and we make it right. We take the negative and we make it positive. We make it whatever we want it to be. That's the power of the imagination. That's the power of the wisdom of God, the I am, the Christ. That's what Paul reminds us, for Christ, the wisdom of God and the power of God, which is good. So we'll go to A-Town and then we'll go to Kevin.
Yo, yes. Great shares. This chapter was like a little love letter, like a little love chapter to me. It was just like, nigga, just accept it. You know what I'm saying? Accept what you want. Be who you know to be, right? Because I think deep down inside, we all want better for ourselves, and we all have a certain desire for a better situation. And this chapter really just kind of laid it over to where I think, Toya, you read the script, you read the joint where it says, the host will not respond to your wish until you've assumed the feeling. So by us just being who we know to be deep down, remembering, I think a lot of times they scale it into remembering who you are. You don't have to be somebody different. You just remember who your original designation, or your, I remember somebody was always saying, your original intent, as far as being your spiritual being. Tap into that original intent, because the universe, the infinite intelligence, had a purpose for your life, right? And it had there was already a lane for who you to be, and we're still able to, if we tap into that, I feel like that assumption and that fulfillment of either us being in purpose or us being loved or loved on, being loved, right? Because if we do something to others, it's us doing it to ourselves. And so I love the part where it says, I do come back to, I do like scripture to an extent, right? It's not that I resolve to it where it's a historical situation, or it's an actual factual situation. It's more of a mental capacity or a spiritual envelope. But it says, assume the spirit. It says, not by might nor by power, but by my spirit. And the reason why I remember it so much is because, they used to do that right before they lay hands on me. You know what I'm saying? They used to, you know what I'm saying? They try to smack me up and try to throw me down. You know what I'm saying? They get their little clout chasing fall. They had a, they always be trying to make somebody fall. You know what I mean? But I love the fact that that this particular, in this light, not by might nor by power, by the Spirit, says the Lord of hosts, where it goes into the previous situation where it says the windows of heaven may not be opened and the treasure seized by a strong will, but they open of themselves and present their treasures as a free gift, a gift that comes when absorption reaches such a degree that it results in the feeling of the complete acceptance. So for me, that really just is crazy. For me, that just kind of like, helps me separate the naysaying or the old self rather, and then really welcoming and accepting, of course, of the new self, and then bringing that into, it says in effect, this moves you across the bridge of incidents to the physical realization of your imagined state. And so just staying in the end, living in the end, accepting that if, that everything's unfolding. I think Neville regards it to as the bridge of incidences. I think Toya, you had probably mentioned that probably not too long ago. And so just understanding and getting context to what that is, and then falling in love with the desires, right? That's where we can really, that's the only way you're gonna, because if you give something that attention, if you got a dude or a chick, right, and you like them a little bit or like them a lot, your attention is gonna go to them. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna, as soon as you get on the phone call, you cheesing, you got butterflies, you ready to, you know what I'm saying, give them, you ready to give them some love. You know what I'm saying? Because you feel like that's all you have to give. You want to give them your time, your conversation. You want to give them your, you want to give them, that. And so I feel like being able to tap into that. Shout out to D-Mac. Always just coming through with the love.
Go ahead. Look, he give me blessing you. That's beautiful.
Oh yeah, I love D-Mac, man. He's my big brother. But just being able to fall in love with your desires, that's where we are naturally spiritual, and we are naturally we're naturally creators. And I feel like for us being able to really just fall in love with that, and fall in love with ourselves, as though we, because that's why we were so anti-SP back in the day, right? Because we were like, dang, all this SP loving, I was ready to, let's enterprise this SP talk with Toya, because it was like, look, $20 a pop, you know what I'm saying? We could get something, you know what I'm saying? Let's get it cracking, because it was such a demand. And I'm a business entrepreneur. So if I see a demand, I'm putting a supply to it. You know what I'm saying? And so that's my natural makeup. And so coming into that, I'm like, dang, so knowing that we are our SPs, right? We don't have to go outside of ourselves. We can accept and desire and imagine and steadily focus our attention on being loved, right? And I think and I'll land here, where someone had mentioned, they had said, well, what do you want your wife to be? And, I had this whole list of, well, I wanted to spoil me. I wanted to take me out. I wanted to do this. I wanted to boom, 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 all this other crazy talk. Lo and behold, he had the nerve to say, well, why don't you be that? You know what I'm saying? And I was like, oh, wait. So that really stuck with me, right? Because who am I to expect somebody to do something for myself, and I'm not in a position to either reciprocate it, or I'm not in a position to even accept it, right? If somebody got a bag for me, or somebody got, if this chick does come in and she's just wide open, right? Am I in a position to handle that love? You know what I'm saying? Because if anybody has any type of love in the world, the way you love is the way you love for that particular person, and you feel like it's the best thing popping. You know what I'm saying? When you're giving it to that person that you want. And I do feel like, everybody has a sense of love and admiration for themselves and others. So acceptance, this chapter was definitely bomb, and I loved all the shares. And thank you, D-Mac. Thank you for the love, brother.
Yes, thank you, D-Mac. Thank you. We greatly appreciate it. You say D-Mac Dwayne. Thank you.
Yes, D. Dwayne for any consulting, any type of business structuring, taxes. I know that's going big round this year. So yeah, see D-Mac, Dwayne Consulting Enterprises.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yes, beautiful. Your tax needs.
D-Mac.
Reference. Yes, reference from A-Town. Yes. All right, Kev. You can go forth.
I'll say this quick sidebar. I know this is not Manifesting Wednesday, but while I was listening to everybody's wonderful interpretation of what they read in this chapter, the power went out in the house. It's been windy, really harsh winds all morning long. And so when the power went out, I said, well, I don't know about everyone else, but this is going to be back on in about a minute or so. And I left it alone. And guess what happened?
Came back on.
Correct. So I use that to segue about this acceptance. You know, what's the movie where he said, "You had me at hello," Jerry Maguire?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this chapter had me at our outer physical event of life are the fruit of forgotten blossom times, results of previous and usually forgotten states of consciousness. Our imagination is our true reality, and what we've been treating our 3D like it's our real true reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's only our reflection.
Yes.
Now, I want that to sink in, because once you understand that the 3D is only a reflection, the deeper understanding is it's not real. It's an illusion. It's the mirror that you're asking to smile, and the mirror say, "You first." When you smile, I'll smile. And then you argue with the mirror, say, "No, I'm going to smile when you smile." And the mirror said, "Well, okay, we're at a standstill because I'm not going until you go."
When you move, I move. Just like that. When I move, you move.
Yeah,
Just like
I was waiting for that song. That was my segue for that song.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Just
When I
like
move,
that.
you move.
Just like that.
When I move, you move. Just like that. Hell yeah. Hey, DJ, bring that back. You're the DJ. Bring that back.
Woo!
There you go, GD.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Here you go. So, when we fully lean into and embrace that understanding, that's you taking back your power through your awareness. Taking back your power through your awareness. You're remembering that you are the God of your universe. You truly are. And the only way you can go back unless you allow yourself to. And those things that you're thinking about, because thoughts are things, I know you keep hearing us say that, but they truly are. And they become more and more collapsing into reality, the 3D, by the attention you give it.
Mm.
But first, you got to be aware that you're the one giving it to them.
Mm.
Nothing is happening to you, is happening because of you. Can I say that again? Nothing is happening to you, is happening because of you. You're it. You are the first and last Mohican. You're it. You're it. There is nobody else outside of you but you. And only if you really put your mind to it, there is no outside of you. It can't be, because all things are you. Everything, energy is you. And energy is unlimited. That's why you're immortal. That's why you can go anywhere you want your mind to go. You're not limited at all. You can't be. You have to figure out how to limit, how an unlimited being practices being limited. That's something when you come to this planet, you have to learn, because you don't know that. When you tell a baby to get down off of that, the baby don't know about fear or falling or heights or falling down the stairs, because it never had to before. So that's all I had to say about this chapter.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful. Don't forget to double tap the screen. 50K the easy way. We almost at 40K. Let's get it. Let's go. Share the live, like the live, double tap the screen. I am streaming on YouTube. Prosperous Living with Toya. That is where you can catch all recaps of every live from TikTok and the recap of the YouTube. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Follow me on IG, Facebook. Join our Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toya. My name on IG and Facebook is Toya Janine. You can find the links in my bio, the link tree. I have the link to my email, my free books, my books that cost the premium. I got some stories in there that's going to help you understand more, especially for children. I know a lot of you will say, oh, Toy, you should have a book for children. Guess what? I got a book for children now. You got the Art of Revision, got the Radiant Life, the Recipe for a Radiant Life, the Recipe for a Wonderful Life. The Art of Revision is a story between Grandpa Alec and his grandson, Mikey. My grandson name is Michael. I use my husband's middle name. His middle name is Alexander. It's a play on his middle name. So Alec, Grandpa Alec, and Mikey. And Mikey, was trying out for the basketball team and had to do some revision. And go get the book. Read it to your children, your grandchildren, young people in your life, and you want them to truly understand the power of their mind, the power of awareness, the power of belief, the power of decision. Go get those 3 books: The Radiant Life and the Recipe for a Radiant Life and the Wonderful Life. Those are grandma and aunt type, those older wise women with the younger generation. So I have it for boys and I have it for girls, and I offer a 3-book set, the Manifest Your Dream Life bundle. Go get it. It's on Gumroad. I'm also on Amazon, guys. Now I decided, if you find me on Amazon, you find my books, I'm charging. There's a fee for all of them. But if you find me on Gumroad, the 3 I made free in the beginning, they'll still be free on Gumroad. But if you want to, you can patronize me on either platform. But if you find me on Amazon, there is a fee attached to it. And if you find me on Gumroad, I still do have 3 free books on Gumroad. But hey, I'm just like, this is my reality. We get to create whatever reality we want to. You get to say whatever you want it to be. And, no more justification, no more explanation. Just let it do what it's going to do. I'm going to end this chapter with this statement that I highlighted. He says, the man who at will can assume whatever state he pleases has found the keys to the kingdom of heaven. The keys are desire, imagination, and a steadily focused attention on the feeling of the wish fulfilled. To such a man, any undesirable objective fact is no longer a reality, and the ardent wish no longer a dream. And then he quotes Malachi 3:10. This is usually associated with the tithe. I'm sure many of you have heard this script. Prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there will not be room enough to receive it. What is the command in this script? What is the directive? Prove me. You got to apply this truth in order to know its truth. Be not only hearers of the word, reminds James, but be ye doers also. You got to apply it. That's how you know it. Knowing comes through experience. Faith comes by hearing. hearing by the word of God, which you are, through your word, through what you speak daily, constantly, frequently. Remember, your frequency is what you talk about frequently. That's your frequency. Whatever you give your attention to has you. So does your dream have your attention? Are you assuming the position of that which you desire to be, to do, and to have? Are you hoping it was so? Which means you're wishing, guessing, maybe, crossing your fingers, crossing, hope to God, hoping, God, please, 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 please. Are you begging? Are you bargaining? Or do you know? Are you being still and knowing that I am that I am? I am whatever I say, whatever I attach to that I am, that's what I will be. As Gigi reminds us, you're perfect. What is perfection? Whole completion, you lack no good thing. As Mia reminds us, who told you you was naked? Who told you you were negated? Who told you you didn't have everything? Who told you that? Who told you that you were less than? Who told you that you were poor? Who told you you were a sinner? Who told you that? Who told you that you didn't have everything? Who told you that you lacked? Who told you that? Because I gave you everything. I gave you the Eden. I gave you everything. I gave you everything. Who told you that you didn't have everything? Where did that thought come from? Oh, you ate off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You decided there were two powers. Oh, that's where that belief came from. You took on the knowledge of a negation. You took on the knowledge that there was a source of evil. When I told you there's only one power, there's only good, there's only God, there's only I am. But you say, I got to know for myself. I got to know that I am the cause. So let me eat off this tree. Let me prove to myself of who I say I am. Because that's all they had. That's you're experiencing being the cause. So it wasn't out of disobedience. It was out of proving. You were experimenting. You wanted to show yourself who you are, to know yourself, to thy own self be true. So let me eat off this tree. Let me take on this belief of two powers. Let me see what good and bad gonna bring. It's all a dream. It was all a dream. I used to read Run Up magazine. Because what did it say? He placed a dream, he called a deep sleep to come upon Adam. It's all a dream of separation, a dream believing that you're separate from your creation. Go ahead, Keith.
That was a mistake. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, Gigi.
T, can you do me a favor? You know, on Malachi, can you explain the top part where it says, you robbed me with your tithes and offerings? Can you explain that one?
Oh, so the tithe is the desire. Your tithe is a desire. So how does it go? Bring all your tithes to the storehouse. There might be meat in my house. Oh no, it said, how have we robbed God? It said, how have we? That's how it goes. How have we? I believe it's Malachi 3:8. How have we robbed God? And he said, oh, you robbed me in tithes and offering. So how have you robbed yourself? You told yourself that you didn't have the thing that you're asking for, right? Because your tithe is your desire. He said, now bring the desire to me. Who are you bringing? Who's the me? The I am. Bring me that desire that there may be meat, substance in the house, in the mind, in the temple. And prove me now herewith and see. Then once you bring me that desire, once you give it to the I am, he says, see if I will not open up the window. Where's heaven? We know heaven is where? Within the mind. and pour you out the blessing, the desire. You're giving the desire back to the I am, so then the I am pours it back onto you. Press down, right? You say, I'm going to give it to you that you don't even have room. I'm going to expand that desire. I'm going to make it so great that you don't even have room enough to receive the gift. Because the desire is a gift. A gift from yourself to yourself.
That really totally makes a whole lot of sense than the way they explain it at the church. Because I would say to myself, why does God need my money? I mean, why would he need my money? I mean, come on. And ironically, though, when I would tithe and offer, I only gave 10%. Not like, oh, if you give 40%, you gave more. I'm like, no. It says 10 in the book. It don't say no 40 or 50 or any of that. It says 10% in the book. And I would say, well, then you're going to give me back what you just said in your word. That's when I was, was a Christian.
When people give money knowing the law, they do receive a return on their investment, because they understand that the giving was not done in lack. The giving was done in abundance, because they understand the law.
Right. And I would get money back. So like if
because you understand,
say I would pay $1 somewhere, and I would be like, okay, I paid $1. I'm gonna get $100 back. I would just say that, and then like all of a sudden, $100 would be deposited into my bank account. I'd be like, where did this come from? And the bank would be like, oh, it's from some company or some job that you did, paid you the $100. I'm like, well, look at that, because but and then it's like, so when they say when you use 30% of the tithe, 60% of the tithe or tenth, 100% of the tenth, I guess that would mean if you're thinking of your desire 30% of the time, you're going to get 30% of that. If you're thinking of it 60% of the time, you're going to get 60% of that. And you're thinking 100% of the time, you're going to get 100% of it. If that's what that.
Well, it said when he said he sowed a seed and then it reaped 30, 60, 100 fold. You don't determine the 30, 60, 100 fold. The determination is done by what? The field, right? Which is the source, which is the electromagnetic, right? When we talk about the field, we're talking about the electromagnetic field. We're talking about God. We're talking about infinite potential, infinite possibility, right? You don't determine that, right? When you sow a seed into the earth, what comes up out of the ground is not determined by you. It is not determined by how many seeds you plant. Well, I'm gonna plant 10,000 seeds because I want to receive 10,000. No, the ground will determine what comes up. Right? The law determines what is reaped. You're just supposed to expect abundance. What the abundance comes, what the number comes back as is not up to you. That's up to God. Just like the how is not up to you. That's up to God.
That makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Because everybody can sow. We all sowing, right? But we're all going to reap a different a different amount, right? But it's to each depending on his talent, right? He said he gave one talent, 2 talent, right? He gave everyone a different ability, a different talent, and the one that had the 1 did nothing with it, right? But the one that had 2 multiplied. The one that had 4? That one multiplied, right? And then the one that had the most got the one that didn't do anything with the talent, got that talent taken away and given to the one that had the abundance. Why? Because to them that have, it shall be given, but to them and more in abundance. But to them that have not, even that which he thinks he has shall be taken away. So when you think you don't have much, guess what? Even the much you do have ain't gonna be anything. It's going to become nothing from your perspective, from your experience. So that's why because the Bible have all kinds of stories about showing you when you have little, you better give thanks for the little, like the widow and Elijah. So how many drops of oil do you have? 3. She didn't say I didn't have none. If somebody had 3 drops of oil, when you're looking in the glass and it has like a smidgen in there, most people say, I don't have anything. Somebody has a smidgen of oil in a glass jar. They're going to be like, oh, ain't nothing in there. but she recognized that she had 3 drops of oil because she recognized that she had something. The something became overflow, right? Because they go out and borrow from your neighbor's jars, right? And she poured that oil until all the jars were filled. Then the oil stopped. So however many jars she had, she filled to capacity, filled to overflow. And once all the jars were filled, it stopped, right? Whatever she had the capacity to hold. What do you have the capacity to hold? How many jars have you borrowed? How many jars have you went accumulated for the Lord of hosts to fill? Some of us got 1.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Some of us got 10. Some of us got 30. Some of us have infinite. Some of us ain't putting no number on it. But all those, even those numbers, when the Bible speaks to us in numbers, that's evil symbolic, right? I forget what all the numbers mean, what the 3 mean, what the 10 mean, the 10. They all have meaning, though. They all mean something spiritually. They all do. When those who wrote in the Bible, they wrote coded language. Nothing in the Bible is straightforward. It's all coded language, all of it. Every number, every word, every sea, every valley, every mountain, every person, it's all coded language. All of it. All of it's coded. That's why that's why Paul said you can't read. He says, study to show thyself approved, a workman that needs not be ashamed, rightly dividing. No, you can't read the Bible. You have to study the Bible. You have to meditate on it. You have to decode it. You have to decipher it. You have to pull it apart. Because it's parables. It's allegory. It's symbolism. It's numerology, astronomy, astrology, chemistry, neurology, biology, anatomy. It's all of it. It's all of it.
Do you believe that it was done that way on purpose because they knew how language was going to be used to confuse us? And you know how manipulative the English language is, and how, I mean, literally the Bible has been manipulated to confuse us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to misinterpret what the Bible means. But because it's allegory and it's literally not English, it's not straightforward on purpose.
Yep. I mean, it's no different than Greek mythology, right?
Right.
No different than any of the Canterbury Tales and Moby Dick, right? All of this language is hidden, is coded, right? So what he hid he hid it from the simple, right? The uninitiative.
Yes.
And those who would seem to be wise in their own eyes, because he takes the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
Right. You have to be really genuinely wanting to get the information to pull it out. You can't just, oh, here's a book, read it, and that's it, because it can be manipulated in a way. And they've already tried to do that. But I think when they figured out that, man, people don't read and seek to find on their own. You can kind of give them the information and interpret it in either way, and kind of like church, right? You get a pastor and the pastor's up there telling you what it says.
Yeah, because most people know God from might, right? From power.
Yes.
And that's how man decided to rule the earth, through might, through power, right? And then he had to come and say, well, actually, it was never through might or the will of man, but the power of God, which is what? Mind. It was always supposed to be mental. It was never supposed to be physical.
Exactly. And because it's always kind of been aversive to do that, I'll speak for myself, but you were kind of okay with getting kind of the shallow end of it and letting your preacher, like, I'm gonna let you tell me what you think. And I'm gonna trust that you're a worker for God when really you're a worker for the government. But that's another story. And I'm gonna let you tell me what it says, and we're gonna go with that.
I sent you guys many of you, I sent that TikTok where we're talking about, how we need to be a church because the IRS cannot define church. And that's how you work around a lot of these tax laws, by deciding to be a minister of a church. And it does not require going to no seminary either. You don't have to go get no 4-year degree at some seminary school or some
Mhm.
theologian school. You can just go get you a minister degree online
Mm,
and decide that you are a minister of any, it could be any church. It don't have to be Christian.
of course.
It could be any church.
And
You just have to
now,
be willing to go get a 501c3.
now I know why most pastors are Masons, because they're keeping that secret. And the secret, the Masonic secret is literally only that you're God. And they have kept the secret of, I'm going to tell the people of the church that it's outside of them.
So when I
And
come
keep
out with the
those people
Church of not Church of Toy, but the Church of Prosperous Living,
your church is gonna be, we gonna be lit up in there. We gonna be lit up in there, and we ain't drinking no wine, no grape juice, and no little stale little crackers. We getting lit up in there. So
no,
yes.
we transmuting energy. That's what we doing. We transforming lives.
We ain't in there
We
making
calling
people
for
scared.
we calling for dominion and
We not
authority.
pushing our foreheads up in here. We learning, we living. I love it.
Yes, yes, yeah. Yep. Say the woman is the real God. That's the deep secret. Yep. So let's go to chapter 14. 14. The effortless way. Woo! I know this should have took y'all, should have made y'all go like, I be doing too much.
We know this Toya favorite chapter.
I be doing too much. All right, we're gonna let Cheryl start.
Yeah, this is what a chapter, huh? You know, I was thinking about, you know, as I was reading it, just how, you know, we talk about how, you know, we've been told like life has to be hard, you got to work for everything you want. And so, and I bought in, you know, just from my childhood and things, like financial struggle was part of it. And, you know, he writes in the first paragraph, your journey from the state of from one state of consciousness to another is a psychological one. So I was thinking about how, you know, accepting that this way is so effortless, because for a long time too, like even though I was hearing Neville say that and other like Dr. Joseph Murphy and such, Florence Scovelshire, I think I was still like trying to control it, you know, without realizing it, because I think like my human nature was, you know, trying to control my life more, because having like, I think trust is a big, if you don't have a lot of trust in other people, it's at least for me, it's like hard to have trust in God, right? So I had to put all the trust in myself. And I didn't really have that much trust in myself either. So I was really kind of in this, you know, loop of struggle with all of this. But as I've been practicing this and, you know, like listening to everyone share their manifesting stories and, you know, just starting to like change the way I, you know, taking time every morning, like my practice, investing in my thoughts and everything, just really noticing like that, you know, especially when a manifestation happens like that, you don't even try, and it just comes up, like the, you know, my car story. Like I didn't have like, oh, I need to be in emissions by this date or whatever. I'm just like, you know, I'm not going to worry about it. You know, everything's going to work out. And then it did. And, you know, when I, you know, you can start to have more trust in that, and it really start to, oh yeah, this could really be this easy, you know, and then it gets a little bit easier the next time. And, you know, and even like I had a experience where, you know, I like to bake and I wanted to get a baking scale, you know, and I was just thinking, you know, I got to get this. And then someone I know had two and gave me one. Now I know I did that, you know, and so it's like, and I didn't do anything, you know, so like learning to really trust and apply this. And the word that comes to me like with this chapter really is like freedom, you know, like, and it's almost like I could get emotional because like when you've been kind of living in this world that you think has to be a struggle and, you know, or you're not worthy, like this is why good things don't happen. Then to find out like, God, you know, I really don't even have to do much, you know, And I like how he says too, watch your assumptions with all diligence. Every event in the visible world is the result of an assumption or idea in the unseen world. And the present moment is all important. Like, can I live in the present moment? Can I forget like the past, let go of the belief and struggle? And it's getting easier. And so I really feel like this is the beginning for me of just this like almost going through a gate, like into a new awareness, a new consciousness about all this. And I like how you say a lot, what am I, not what I'm not, and so I've really been trying to focus, like even in my journaling in the morning, like speaking more from that place of I am, not I hope or someday, or, like just getting into that mindset, because I am God. So I have to start getting comfortable kind of speaking from that standpoint, be bold. I don't know, just so many thoughts are coming to me about this, but it's like, just really getting comfortable changing the whole concept that it's easy, because I've never really thought that before, but I'm starting to see, I heard someone say you gotta have roots before you have fruit. And that's like finally, like you do all this, you make this effort to change your assumptions, to change your mind psychologically, to love yourself, and finally like you start to see it, and it's really like a beautiful thing, so I enjoyed these 3 chapters. I feel like they really left me feeling really like optimistic and empowered. So again, I just really think of like there's a lot of freedom here.
Yes. And it's like every 3 chapters we're like, man, something else just like gets illuminated within us, and it's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna go to Royal, Key, then Mia. Go ahead, Royal.
Okay. Cheryl, that was great. Just wanted to speak on that a little bit real quick. Like I was one of those people that was like, yeah, I got trust issues with people. I got trust issues. It just hit me recently. Again, it ain't about nobody else. You know what I mean? I had to have, that was probably coming off more as like doubt within myself. You know what I mean? And just realizing that, like trusting myself, that even if somebody was to do something, I got to have trust in myself that I'm going to handle that situation the way it needs to be handled, and everything works in my favor or whatever, So, yeah, but to tie it back into this, the effortless way, I think this chapter was amazing. He said, least action is minimum of energy multiplied by the minimum of time. Moving from the present state to the state desired, you must use the minimum amount of energy to take the shortest possible time. And that's great. Kind of like what I said earlier, like, you might have been going the wrong way for 30, 40 years. And in an instant, you could just change that just by changing your assumption of what it is, who you are, He said, hurry without haste. So that was cool too. Like,
Hurry
this ain't about
haste.
rushing. Yeah, this ain't about rushing, or I gotta, having that energy. But yeah, you hurry, and it's just kind of like how the Bible said, like, be still and know that I am, just assuming that state and living from there. Oh yeah, that's it from there.
Oh, beautiful. All right, Key.
So that was great, Royal. I love what you had to say. This chapter was fire. Yes, Neville showed us he was him in this chapter. It was like stop doing the most and do the least. Full stop. We are literally working against the law of creation when we start with our techniques, the scripting, the repetition, the this, the that. People be like, oh, well, you have to write it down. Nah, you just got to assume. Stop managing and forcing. Like even nature, it always takes the shortest and easiest path. Water travels downhill. It could be a mountain in a way. And if that mountain is the easiest path, the water will carve through a rock. Like, excuse me, mountain.
Yep.
Your way, this is a quicker and easier way.
Yep.
And when it's assumed, events reorganize faster than effort like ever could. And Neville and you always tell us that creation is finished. We aren't making something happen. It reveals because it already exists. God is all. That means everything. That means everything already exists. And because, we use the word everything all the time, and I know I do, but in this chapter, it occurred to me that we've been using it casually without understanding the scope, because it means every circumstance, every person, every opportunity, every outcome. Like, there's nothing that exists outside of consciousness. All is yours. But when we say all is yours, what we say when we use the word, we secretly mean everything that we feel comfortable taking responsibility for. But if everything truly already exists, then force doesn't make sense, does it? Like, how can you force something that already is?
Wow.
Effort doesn't make sense. Basically, you trying, you're just interfering. And as Medea say, go sit down. Go sit down. I no longer say I want everything to work out. I understand it already has. I'm just choosing which everything I want to experience. And that's it.
Love it. Love it. Mia, then Gigi. Go ahead, Mia. Woo.
I love this chapter, just like everyone else did. And I think we brought it up last time, but like the term parsimony, right? Parsimony is like the scientific term, and we use it in ABA, but it's like the easiest explanation is usually kind of it. You go for that and you rule out that first. We don't need to recreate the wheel. Sometimes the easiest answer is the answer. And you be complicating things when it's really just simple. And I think a worldly thing versus a godly thing that I think in real life that I think about in this chapter about how we make something that's so simple that can be easy, difficult is childbirth. We live in a world in which our bodies literally will do it for you if you let it. Your fetus's brain communicates with the womb to say, I'm ready. And your body and your contractions are literally your womb, uterus pushing it out for you. This thing called gravity is here for you. If you literally just stand up and let it happen, it will happen without you laying on your back and huffing and puffing for 8 hours, right? You're going against nature on your back in some stirrups. And then what happens when you try to do all the work? Time, risks. There's an umbilical cord is wrapped around. Oh my God, it's high risk. Oh my God, we have to do a cesarean. Oh my God, why? Because you're going against nature. You're doing something really difficult when, first of all, you need to be squatting and letting your body work. But you're going against nature and you're going against what's easy and making it difficult because you want to work so hard. And, that's just a real example of just what we do in life. And you don't have to do that. That's just like the example of planting and having a garden. How well is that cabbage going to grow? You keep digging up seed, 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 digging up seed. Oh, I got to restart over and over again. Okay, well, good luck with that. You're going to delay it. You're getting in the way. And move, God, move. The universe move out the way so we can let this happen. You don't trust us, huh? Do it yourself then.
Ooh, move out the way.
Move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way.
Sing it.
It's like you think you can do it better than me. I thought you trust me. It's giving. You
like, nah, fam. You move too slow.
I'm like, what? Do I need to bring up Popeyes again? You better trust.
No, you don't. We don't need that grotesque.
We don't need that.
don't need that.
Trust.
You don't need that visualization
We
again.
trust, we trust,
I'm
we
good.
trust a
Thank you,
lot of
Mia.
things.
Thank you. I
We trust
appreciate
a lot
you.
of things in the world. So let's trust God. Let's trust ourselves. Let's stop digging up that plant seed and let it grow. Let's do the bare minimum. Life is not supposed to be hard. My life is not hard. My life is easy. I take the easy route. When I go to my GPS, I'm clicking on the fastest, easiest route to get where I'm going. I don't click the challenging one. So I just think that I love the effortless way. I think that we have been programmed to think things should be hard. It must be hard. It's not worth it if it's not hard. No, things are easy. I don't look for challenging. I don't want a challenge. I want everything easy. So yeah, I really love this chapter. I think it was super special. It kind of lines everything up, and I love what everyone had to share about it. But yes, we just live in a world that just makes us believe that we must do things to make things so hard for us. And I just don't live in that mindset. Life is easy, and I just kind of float through the world, and I don't think about things being hard. I choose things that are easy. I choose convenience. Like I tell y'all, I don't even use self-checkout. That sounds like work. Someone else do it.
Yeah. Where's their cashier? Oh, that's okay.
I will let me walk past all these self-checkout lines to get to me one of them 15 items or less. You do it. I don't work today.
Yeah, my daughter said she don't even shop. She, Instacart for her. She don't gotta walk. She don't gotta walk into a grocery store. Instacart me. She like Instacart me.
I have my groceries delivered this week. Come, just put it at my door.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely. I need the easy life. So, and there's nothing wrong with that.
It's not. The world is here to serve you. See, we
There's
keep
no
telling that
struggle.
we're here to serve the world when the world is here to serve you.
The world works for me.
The world is here to
There
serve
is no
you.
struggle awards. You don't get one.
There.
You don't. They don't put one on your casket. You don't get a discount when you die. There's no bonuses for that. So yeah.
Love it. Love it. Go ahead, Gigi. And then we'll go to A-Town.
What this chapter, The Effortless Way, was a wow. It's wow. And what got me was where the heart is your assumptions. Oh my God. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the abundance of your assumptions, the mouth speaks. I'm just really excited about this chapter because this chapter rocked my world like a Fender Stratocaster, like a Motley Crue concert. It just rocked my world, especially that part. An assumption brings the invisible into sight. It is nothing more nor less than seeing it with the eye of God, imagination. So whatever you're assuming is what you're experiencing in. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Which actually got me into doing some pruning in my assumption heart garden. And a few weeds had to be cut out. And some new things had to be planted. And a lot of those things that were planted were things that were said to me, not things that I came up with. So I gave myself grace. At first, I went through that part, you kind of go through that part where, dang, why didn't I know this earlier? But in a way you did. You just weren't aware of it like you are now. But in a way you did know of it. Somebody maybe told you that's not true. At least in my case, I was told it's not true. It's, Que Sera, Sera, which I hate that song now. Well, I don't hate it. I just don't listen to it. It comes on the radio and I just change the channel. But, out of the abundance of your heart, the mouth speaks. Out of the abundance of your assumptions. So your assumptions are your beliefs. It's what you believe about yourself. It's what you're saying about yourself. It's what you're saying about other people, about your experiences, about what have you. Because everything, person, places, or things are going to reflect your beliefs, your assumptions. So if you say they're sweet, they're nice, they're going to be sweet and nice. If you say they're a jerk, they're going to be a jerk. If you say that they're out to get you, they're going to be out to get you. If you say they're here to inspire you or prosper you or cheer you on, and that's what they'll do. They're going to play the role that your beliefs or your assumptions have assigned, that you have assigned. And like you just said earlier, the beauty also is that it's not set in stone. It can be redirected. It can be edited. It can be deleted. It can be rewritten. It can be revised. But man, that part, that your heart is your assumptions, that went through my mind. And then the present moment is all important, for it is only in the present moment that our assumptions can be controlled. Double kaboom. When we are in the present moment. So there is no future, there is no past. There's just now, the present. So if you're in a situation where it looks like it's not the way that you want it to go, effortlessly go inward and see it the way that you want it to go, and you stay with that. And it will, before you know it, it will appear. And the more you're in that new imaginative state, the more you're in there, you don't even think about how. You don't think about when. You're not thinking about all of that because the whole you is already in that new imaginative state, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
I've experienced it. I mean, I've actually, if Neville Goddard says, whatever he's saying, I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually doing what he says.
Yes.
And it's okay to have a human moment.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go through a moment where you get upset, or you're actually yelling at the 3D, hey, you're supposed to do this, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can always you're practicing. You're learning a new habit. Before we had the habit of being in the 3D and doing everything by hand, like Mia just said, that we have to work for it because we've been taught that. So now we have to learn the habit by practicing, by doing, of doing it effortlessly.
Yes.
Just go within. So yeah, this chapter really rocked my world. Big time. That's all I gotta say about it. It rocked my world. It's still rocking my world.
Yes. The whole book is a revelation for
book.
real. Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Gigi. All right, A-Town, sir, you're up next.
Yes. I like myself, like Gigi said, this chapter put me on the surgery table where I had to get a heart transplant, because I definitely had to check my, I had to check that, and I, like Gigi said, I had to kind of reconsider, what are my assumptions, right? What am I considering in order to bring about that least of action, right? I want that life. And I was so, as I think Mia said, Mia referenced it where, we used to trump, and it used to be a badge of honor if you were a hustler, right? Mm-hmm. Or you were a doer, or you can, I make things happen, so I get it cracking, things of that nature. And so, through just reading this chapter, just layers of just that bravado or just that label had to really subside, because I ain't that no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm with Mia, right? I want that easy life. I want the least of action, and just a couple of snippets. I loved how it just jumped off where it said, the least of action governs everything in your physics. But it goes down to say your journey from one state of consciousness to another is a psychological one. So to make the journey, you must employ the psychological equivalent of least action and the psychological equivalent of mere assumption. I love that because it really takes the weight off of a lot of pressure that we hold up And that it goes back to the to our book. What's the book we read?
Oh, the Bustin' Loose.
Yeah, Bustin' Loose. Like,
One of
right,
my
if
games.
and for those who not a part of the book club, this is a short plug. Get in the book club. Oh yeah, shout out to Raphael. He joined the book club, and he didn't have a lot of followers and stuff, so he's on not probation, but we just looking out, making sure he's a real, not a bot. But yeah, Busting Loose really demystified a lot of that, right? Where money's not real. It's in the her links in the bio, Facebook group, Swavy, and but to know creation is finished, right? What you desire already exists. Like, who would have thought that? I guess it would have been beneficial or profitable for the preacher to say, you know, your desire already exists. Church is over. You know what I'm saying? That would have skipped offering. That would have skipped it. Trying to throw people to the ground. That would have, his fifth offering. Say tithes and offering jump. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we got to understand where our currency lies. Our currency lies in assumption and in taking least of action, knowing and already deciding that what we desire already exists, because it says it excludes from view. It is excluded from view because you can see only the content of your own consciousness.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is a good hustle. You know what I'm saying? You gotta love it.
Yeah.
Know?
Hold on, A-Town. Someone's in
go ahead.
YouTube asking for the chapter. So this discussion is chapters 12, 13, and 14. We're right now discussing the 14th chapter. Next week, we'll do 3 more chapters, 15, 16, and 17. Starts at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time on Saturday. Go ahead, A-Town.
Yes. No, that's dope. Yeah. And y'all share, invite people, right? Invite friends and family just to, hey, it's a book club. There ain't gotta be no spiritual, nothing all high and whatever. This is just a book club that we want people to embellish and kind of take some rearrangement or just get exposure. Because that's where it started, I guess, for a lot of us is exposure, right? Because I don't know any person that just came across all this and just, automatically dove in and they were transformed or they were just automatically just running with it, right? They had to be exposed to it to nurture and to kind of have some inner reflection and to be able to, make it theirs and to kind of line things up in order to, okay, yeah, I'm done with that. Let's bring on, the newness. And so just being able to get people exposure. I love sharing, our clubbing and even the Wednesdays too, because, all it takes is exposure. All it takes is the right, Mia, Gigi, Cheryl to say the right experience, in order to, chapter 14, Swavy. Just to take that right exposure for them to gain a new perspective. Once they get a new perspective, you get a new perspective of assumption, you know what I'm saying? Bananas.
Yes.
Or just the effortless way, what we're talking about.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's bananas. It'll change people's worlds. And so I just wanted to highlight a couple things. And this is where I was on the surgery, right? It says the heart is the primary organ of sense, hence the first cause of experience. When you look on the heart, quote unquote, on the heart, you are looking at your assumptions. Assumptions determine your experience, right? So for me, okay, then it says, watch your assumptions with all diligence. To me, that diligence part, that's where the sort of work comes into play, right? That comes into play where you have to, and in the beginning, when I was talking about chapter 12, is like where it's practical now. This is where you have to, how much do you desire? How much? Because a lot of times people, and I'll say even myself, myself included, where it's not that we don't, it's the lack of the desire, right? Where we give our perspective or perception to other things. And therefore, how much do you desire the new you or the desired results? And I think it's out of the lack of desire that there comes from the fear, right? Fear is just, you haven't quite matched, you haven't quite gotten to the point of desire, right? You still missing it, you know what I'm saying? And of course that's sin, you know what I'm saying? Missing the mark. And so for me, I'm just in love with the chapters. I'm about to go reread it. You know what I'm saying? Because I do the audio, but I do reread prior to, or in conjunction to. But I do suggest that people not only get the audio book, but also get the book, or get the digital copy. It's in our book club where you can download it. It's free PDF, whatever the case is. And yeah, I think I'll land. Hold on, let me see. Let me land there. Assumptions have the power of objective realization, right? Every event in the visible world is the result of an assumption or an ideal in the unseen world. And this is what I was telling a friend of mine, where it was like everything. I think I was talking to a client or a prospect of mine, where I was going over everything that they was in their house. Somebody had to create it, right? It had to be an idea in order for, they basically just monetize their ideas. You know what I'm saying? That's all we had. The phone, the pens, the paper, the keyboard, the phone, everything was just an idea. Everything was just an assumption of a desire, right? I don't want to sit on the floor no more. What can I create that has 4 legs that I can create stability with and that can be comfortable for me? I don't want to cook outside on the fire no more. You know what I'm saying? How can we get heat to, all this other stuff. So, just honor your desires, honor your ideas, love yourself. You know what I'm saying?
So when you say honor your desires, how do you honor your desires?
I honor my desires by giving it my complete attention, by being able to be immersed in the feeling, and not just saying it's okay. So I have a vision board, right? So I do everything, right? I use, if there's a part of me, I'm gonna use it, right? So I write down my ideas. I look at a vision board. And I don't do it habitually, and it's not subjective upon if I get what I want or not. You know what I'm saying? I just want to let that be clear. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got to do the 3-6-9. You ain't got to do the, all these little nervous system steps. You ain't got to do all this crazy crap. You know what I'm saying? It's not crazy. I apologize, right? But it is crazy when it comes to the point where all you need to do is assume. All you need to do is be. All you need to do is take the least of action, right? That's what I'm comparing it to. You know what I mean? When I'm saying crazy, it's no demise of anybody's.
Because what's least action for you is going to be least action for me, right?
Say that again.
What's least action for you is not going to be least action for me.
Correct.
Because your least action is I'll do a vision board, I'll write it down. I don't do none of that. But is what you're doing wrong? No. Is what do what you feel what you're doing is work? No, it's effortless for you because it's just who you are. I want to see it visually on a board, so I do that. I want to script it, so I do it. It's not I have to do it to make it so. As long as you're not doing it because you think that's a requirement, because then you're out of order, right? Because then you're out of order. If you're thinking, oh, the only way it can come is I got to put it on the board, well, then you're not accepting that it's already done. So you miss your mark.
It's no longer a state of consciousness. It's performance based.
Exactly. It's performative. Yep. Because it was done before you even put it on the board.
Correct. Let's get that out the way. Right.
Yep. It was done before you ever wrote it down. Because when you asked, I answered, and while you were yet speaking, I did appear. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to where you had asked the question where, because it's a thought, go to the best case scenario. I no longer, and I'm working through this where I used to be the worst case scenario king, right? Because I was always having to battle the flops of life. You know what I'm saying? Like the world was taking me on the loop rather than me directing the loop. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, I like that.
And to be in that habitual cycle, Lord have mercy. You know what I'm saying? It is the worst thing popping. You know what I'm saying? Because then you can't even see people as divine. You can't see yourself as the God nature that you are. And I'm just so grateful and elated to be, amongst y'all, being able to chop it up. Because I need the Cheryls, I need the Keys, I need the Kevins and the Gigi's and the Royals and the TTs to be able to really create this picture of, okay, I want to be in this picture. You know what I'm saying? And the last thing I wanted to say is, if it's an idea, if it's a desire, go all the way in there. You know what I mean? Don't just play with it, teeter totter, and then go back to your reality or the 3D, what you see. Like really, really go in there. What does it smell like? You know, what does it feel like? You know, and how are people able to benefit off of you being in that position? You know what I'm saying? Like get the full, complete, you know, I think one of the communities I'm with, we watched oh man, Swavy, what was the movie we watched? Dang, Introspection. What's the Leonardo DiCaprio?
Inception.
Where all the words
Inception.
Inception.
Yes, one
Yeah.
of my favorite movies.
Man.
Yes, Inception.
Yeah, man, I love that movie. I love it because it's action, and then it goes into the psychological situation where it's like, whoa, you know, it really gets you. But they had to create their world, and they had to create it. They had to subdue them, and the next thing you know, they already in their brain. You know what I mean? And so that is a, you know, that is. So we see that as a concept, right? Because church can lull us, you know, into thinking, you know, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that. And then they get you, well, since you need it, let me go ahead and get what you got in your pocket. And then that can
Well,
be
doesn't the
leveraged to
spiritual
get what
community
you
do the
want.
same thing?
They do. They do.
They
To-
make you
yeah,
feel
to
like
an
you have to
extent,
try
right.
and go get something. And if you hadn't
Right,
gotten it
right.
in 24 hours, you're doing something wrong.
Right, right.
They put a
And you know what,
time, they
though?
enter the
I've been,
time frame into the equation. That's what you, so religion is two sides of the same coin, right? They're just coming to you from different aspects, but it's the same concept. It's saying that you lack something
right.
when you never did.
We never lack anything. Right. And I'll lay my plane there. I definitely appreciate, you know, the sharing. Thanks, T.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you. That was a wonderful, wonderful breakdown. Yep. Like as he reminded, as Aton reminded us, fall in love with the desire. A lot of us don't love what we want, so we don't get it because we haven't released total. It's like when you in a relationship and you release all inhibition, right? Where you will finally allow yourself to the person to see you full blown, full nakedness, right? When you're in a relationship and it's intimate, they see you naked, right? That means you ain't hiding from ish. There ain't no covers covering you, nothing. They see you full blown. That's how you have to be with your desire. Like, let go of the inhibitions. Allow yourself to fall head over heels into your desire. As Neville Goddard will quote the script, I don't know where it's found. I'm assuming maybe it's in Proverbs or Psalms. He says, as the heart pants after the water brook, so I pant after you, right? So I desire you or go for you, right? So the heart is the deer. It's going to risk its life to get to that water. Just like the moth wanting to be one with the flame. It's desiring to become one with the flame. So now the moth no longer exists, that the moth and the flame are one. Is willing to die to its current reality, its current state, to be one with that flame. Are you willing to die to your current state of who you say you are now, to be the thing you say you are, to be the desire that you want to be? So right now, you're this. Are you willing to die to this, to say, I am that, to be that? Are you willing to do that? Because that's what it takes. In order to assume a new state, you have to die to the current one. You cannot occupy two states at the same time. You got to hate the one to love the other. You got to let one go in order to embody the other. All right, Kev, you're up next.
Wow, that was perfect. That was effortless. The way that we are, God doesn't know struggle. And when we are struggling, we're not operating out of our God power. The reason I know the people in the live have heard us say, the how is not your concern. See, when you're living in the end result, if you already have that which you desire, do you really care how you got it?
Mm.
You have it. What do you want to say? I got this brand new car. Now, I'm not taking possession of this car until you tell me how I got this car. Really? This is what we're doing?
The world will have you do that because they want to make it a morality thing. You know, like
Right.
good times. You stole it. You can't take that free money that you found in the bag. You better go return it.
You better go look to see who it belongs to.
Right.
I done found who it belongs to. It belongs to the finder, me.
Finders. Finders keepers,
keepers.
losers, sweepers. Somebody crying in their milk at home. Too bad, so sad. Let me
And I got enough milk I got enough money to buy more milk for them. So I love the fun and the lighthearted mood that we keep in the live. You know, the effortless way really is the true way. You know, learning to release control is how you gain control. I know it sounds a little weird to the ears a little bit. How I'm going to have control of something by letting go of control? Because it's impossible to please God without faith. Now, he don't need your help. God definitely don't need your help. And the reason he needs your faith, because he needs you to operate in who you are. You are faith. That's all you know. Your imagination is your faith in action. Oh, no. My faith in action is me doing the thing that you do the thing, you become the thing that does the thing. It starts with you having faith that you are the thing. You can't become what you're not aware of. You can make mistakes or make errors of not knowing or walking in your lack of knowledge of a particular thing. But, I mean, we say if you know better, you're supposed to do better. And knowing who you are is the beginning of starting to do better. You can make a struggle bus if you want it. You know, you can make it a souped up ride and put all the bells and whistles on the struggle bus you want. But Jesus said, take my yoke upon me, and my burdens are light. God's way is the easy way. It's the effortless way. And the more we lean into what we don't have to do of releasing as far as our control, we gain control by our faith in living in the end, by becoming. The world doesn't reflect what you want to be. It reflects who you are. So how do you become? Through your faith. You just accept what you desire. You accept that's who you are. You don't question whether or not you deserve it or not. Because if you do, you won't get it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are it, I mean, I don't put on a pair of shoes and wonder if these shoes are for me, if they fit. No, I'm making fun of it a little bit.
Yeah, God needs no justification, like you
He
said.
doesn't.
To whom he called, he justifies.
He
And who he
justifies.
foreknew, he predestined. Right?
That part.
You know,
That part.
your desire is a foregone conclusion.
That's why it's always yes.
It's always yes, it's never no. Stop letting these religious and spiritual folks tell you that you can't have a thing, that it requires something other than your acceptance of it.
And you never have to beg. Did you beg to get the thing that you don't want to happen? Did you fast and pray to get the thing that you don't want? No, you just gave it your attention. It's as easy as that. If you don't want that, change the channel by changing your attention.
Yeah.
Because what you feed, what you give your attention to, where your attention goes, your energy flows.
Attention is the key. Attention is the sap of life. Attention. What you talk about, you bring about. What you think about is who you are. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. In the beginning was the word, the intention, the idea. And that word was with God, and then the word was God. And then the word becomes flesh. Now the word came into the world, but the world received it not. You see, because all things that were made by the word, and there was nothing that was made that was not made by the word. All it takes is the word, says the centurion to the Christ. Just speak the word, and my servant shall be healed. Dost thou believe that I can do this? Oh, then it's your faith that makes you whole. It's your assumption. It's your belief. It's your trust. It's your knowing that makes you whole. But what do you know? That all things are possible. He says, be still, least action, and know that you are that which you desire to be. The end of longing should be being, not becoming, being. You already are that. You're not trying to be anything. You're not trying to become anything. You are that which you say that whatever you're desiring. The reason you're desiring it because you're already it. The only reason why you're seeking, says Pascal, right? That never likes to quote him a lot. You wouldn't have not sought me had you not already found me. You would not be desiring it had you not if you weren't already it. That's why you're desiring it, because that's who you are. You desire wealth because you are wealth. You desire well-being and health because you are that. You desire love because you are love. You desire peace because you are peace. You desire joy. Why? Because you are joy. You already these things. You're not trying to be or become anything. You already are. Everything already is. Be still and just know it. Trust it. Acknowledge it. Because who are you giving gratitude to? Who are you thanking? No one to thank. It's no one to show gratitude to. It's nothing to appreciate. It's only to command. God says, let there be, and it was. God didn't say, oh, let me give thanks before I give this, before I make this thing happen. Thankfulness is thoughtfulness. To think is to thank. We changed it along the way, but originally to thank was the past tense of to think. To be thankful was to be thoughtful. Now we make it a sign of gratitude, of thanking something outside of us, where there's nothing outside of us. There's only God in the world. There's nothing else other than you, than the I am. There's nothing to thank outside of thyself. So if you want to thank yourself, hey, you want to appreciate yourself, all right? Giving gratitude to yourself, understand that that's all you're doing. But why would you even need to do that? Just because someone told us that we had to? Right? I know it says enter his gates with thanksgiving, enter his courts with praise. Where's the gate and where's the court? It's within. Well, what did I say thanksgiving mean? To give thought. Enter his gates with the right thought. And praise means what? Acknowledgement. To appreciate, to expand, to add value to. That's what praise is. So you're saying to yourself, you're thinking to yourself, oh, because I said it, that makes it so. That's it. That's all. That's all that's required. Because I said so makes it so. You need no more further explanation. But because we've been conditioned to think that something outside of us is giving us something, we think we have to thank something outside of us before we can get it. When the scripture says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, just believe you received it and then you'll have it. Does it says first be thankful for it, first give appreciation for it, first praise it? No, it says believe you got it and then you'll have it. Acceptance of the end is all that's required. Acceptance, because that's what believe means, to accept a thing as true, to make it real for you, to act as though you're already the person you desire to be. Then what does that look like? That's what you have to settle in your mind. You have to draw that conclusion within you. Now that I am this, what does that look like? Go ahead, Gigi.
Yeah,
Yes.
that makes perfect sense, because when we're going, like Kev was saying, and I also reiterate this a lot, that when it's something that we don't want, we don't give thanks for it before we experience it. We accept it, right?
Yeah.
It's like, my husband, when the cop pulled him over, and he was already accepting that he was getting a ticket. He didn't say, "Oh, thank you, I'm getting a ticket," or "What do I have to do to get this ticket? I've been asking for getting this ticket. Where's the ticket?" No, he automatically assumed he was getting the ticket. And I'm like, not in my reality. You're not getting it. Maybe in your reality, but not my reality. My reality, he's letting us go and giving us a warning. He's letting us go and giving us a warning. He's letting us go and giving us a warning. Now, do I say thank you? Yeah, I do. But I know who I'm thanking. So I say thank you. No problem. But, at that moment, I wasn't thanking anybody. I was just saying, we're not getting a ticket. He's letting us go. Look at that. He gave us a warning. And I just stayed that, and I pictured that in my mind. And whenever that little dog tried to come in, I would rewind that tape and repicture that again. And we didn't get a ticket. But the point is, it's like he says here, thus, with least action, through an assumption, you hurry without haste and reach your goal without effort. Because creation is finished. What you desire already exists. It is excluded from view because you can only see the contents of your own consciousness. But it's already finished. Everything that you desire, what you perceive as good or bad, beautiful, ugly, what you want, what you don't want, positive, negative, etc., it's already created. It's already done. So I've been telling myself, rock star. Why are you working so hard with the things that you desire, when with the things that you don't desire, you didn't work so hard? You didn't script. You didn't say, well, how am I going to get this? You didn't sit there and affirm over and over and over and over and over and over robotically,
100K, 100K, woohoo!
Yeah. Hey. You didn't do any of that. So flip it.
Yep.
Why am I not getting a ticket? Because I say so. Why is the cop letting me go? Because I say so.
Yeah.
Why am I beautiful? Because I say so.
Yeah.
It's already created. It's already finished. So choose which way you want to go. You don't have to work that hard. I mean, yeah, this chapter, like I said, it's a rockin' and a rollin' and a rollin' and a rockin'.
Hey.
Yeah, it reminds me of that Natasha Bedingfield song, Unwritten. It's like, she has a lyric here that says, you speak the words on your lips. No one else can feel it for you. Only you can know it in. No one else can speak it for you. Only you can speak it. So write your story. Speak your words.
Today is where your book begins. The rest is
Where your book be. The
Yep.
rest is still unwritten. Yep, it's a great song. And it's a song about
feel the
manifestation.
rain on your
On your lips, no one else can feel it for you. Only you can let it in. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Judge yourself with words unspoken. Live your life with arms wide open. Today is where your book begins. The rest is still unwritten. I'm downloading that song. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, pardon my French. Holy shit, man. It's a book about it's a song about manifestation. Son of a bee.
Everything is always communicating. God is always communicating with itself. The world is always showing you who you are, what you are aware of. So I realized I got to change some stuff in my reality, some things I got to stop being aware of, right? Some things that I feel were unwanted. I'm like, oh my goodness, I was giving my attention to this. Time to rephrase that. I'm not even going to talk about what it is. I'm just going to reframe it. I'm going to reimagine. I'm going to imagine differently. So I see only the good in the land of the living. It's the psalmist David would say, oh, I would have fainted had I not seen the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. That's why you can't watch this news, because the news is not showing the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. It's not giving you the good. It's not giving you the grand. It's not giving you the beauty. You have to decide that it is. You have to choose that it is, because I said before you this day, I call heaven and earth before you. And I said before you, good and evil, blessings and cursings, life and death. Choose life. So I have to be diligent about choosing life, which should be effortless, because why? There is only life. For I am the God of the living and not the dead. I am the life. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the resurrection. I am. So as I am, so shall my world be. And so if I'm seeing something that's out of alignment with who I say I am, then I know I'm the creator of it. So guess what I get to do? Repent. Repent, because the kingdom of my good is at my hand. So I got to change my mind. I got to think differently and start just focusing on what I'm creating and not how somebody else is creating in their reality. The only thing I can do with them that have created the unwanted is to transmute it. It's to change it. It's to alchemize it. To think on the lovely and the true, the honest, the noble, the just, whatever thing is of good report and praiseworthy. We always got a choice. And whatever we're seeing, we have to, if we're privy to the unwanted, we have to give it a different, we have to rename it. We have to reframe it. We have to transmute it. We have to decide to transform it. it really is like Abraham Hicks. When I used to listen to her, she would say, it's, you almost do have to put your head in the sand. You really do have to put your head in the sand, because the world would try to tell you what you should think, what you should be leaving, what you should be giving your attention to. And whatever you give your attention to has you. So you got to decide to change to change the channel, broadcast a different station. Go ahead, Kevin. Oh, I thought you went off.
Yeah.
I thought you unmuted. I thought you. Go ahead, Royal. Royal, did you have something to say?
No, a phone call came through, so I think it unmuted me.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
What about you, Key?
Yeah, this time I did.
Okay.
But I was cracking up because someone in the comments, they asked, how did it unfold for you? What were the dates and the times? and I was cracking up. I was like,
no dates and times.
like, what was the dates and the times that it unfolded? But Wisdom Speaks, I don't know, he or she didn't take the bait. They were like, you don't need to know when. You only need to know what. And I was like, ooh, clock it.
She's clocking the board.
Because the time is always now, right? It happened now. Assumption only exists now, right? So you assume the state now, and everything adjusts now, and it happens in the most natural and inevitable way. And effort isn't quote unquote wrong, right? Because people like choose. Some people like to struggle, strive, perform, you know.
Mhm.
I'm like, do your big one, right? If you want to have a struggle party, I'll come and just, watch and enjoy the show.
I know, right?
And I had to have to stop myself from trying to, talk people off the struggle bus, because that's where they feel comfortable. But even for me, sometimes, I exude effort, and that signals to me, oh, my identity hasn't caught up yet. Whenever I feel myself displaying it, I know that I haven't fully embodied the state. And as you said, like, you can't fully inhabit two states at the same, time. So like, maybe it's just some old conditioning echoing from my past. But you said it, and Gigi has said it too. That's okay. You can always repent and revise. It's just unfinished embodiment. And I know I'm in the middle of becoming. I can reselect my identity. It's like putting on an outfit and you don't like the way it fits. So then you go in the closet and you just get another one.
Yeah.
Get another outfit.
Try on another one. And another one. Well, yep. I mean, here's the thing when it comes to the identity that you have chosen, and it doesn't fit. It's like a new pair of leather shoes. Sometimes they have to be worked into, right? Because leather is tight initially until you really work in those shoes, until you wear it a few times. So with the new state, you're going to have to keep putting it on until what? It feels natural, until it feels comfortable. Because here's the thing, you keep changing your state. Every time it don't feel right, you'll never actualize it. So keep putting on the new state if that's who you truly say that you are. Now, if you're just trying on states, okay. If you're trying to see what fits, what works, that's a way to. Like he said, hey, you trying on different states and you trying to see what fits, what works, what feels natural. Yeah, keep going on the closet and trying on new different things. But if you find the perfect fit and it feels unnatural to you, now you have to keep rehearsing that state. Now you have to keep trying that outfit on until it becomes your nature. Until it stops feeling weird and unnatural. Because some people go into Neiman Marcus and put on a $2,000 pair of shoes and it don't, the shoe fits, but it don't feel comfortable. It feel like I'm not supposed to, this $2,000, huh? I don't, this feels unnatural to me. Well then, okay, put the shoe back. Maybe about a month, go back to Neiman Marcus and try that shoe on again. Go back. You don't have to physically go there. You can do it mentally. But whatever floats your boat. Go try it on physically, try it on mentally. Remember, the subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between what's actually happening and what's being imagined. It's the same to the subconscious. The subconscious isn't differentiating between you imagine putting the shoe on or that you actually put the shoe on. It's the same. So just like you can right now smell a lemon, because you know what a lemon looks like, you know what it tastes like, you know what it feels like, you know what it smells like. So in your mind, where imagination rules is king, it doesn't know the difference between you imagining a lemon or you're actually holding the lemon objectively. It doesn't know the difference. But subjection wins. It rules. Because consciousness is the only reality. Your imagination is the only thing that's real. It's the only thing that's true. And then it becomes something you can see, taste, touch, smell, hear. Then it becomes physical. It becomes objective. So play with it. Go ahead, Gigi.
Absolutely. Words are energy. So if you're saying something new to yourself the first time, I call it the jolt. But that's okay. I'll be like, jolt away. You're accepting this regardless. And I'll just keep going. It's like a new exercise. You know, the first time you do your 100 sit-ups, first day. The second day, your stomach and your body is saying, really? So you go ahead and you do it again. The third day might feel again a little tightness or whatever. You do it again. And the more you do it, it becomes easy. So then 100 sit-ups after a while becomes super easy. Then you go to 150. Then you go to 200. So that's all you're doing. You're just repeating the being. Rehearse being the being. Just be the being.
And just understand it should be not forced though, right? When we talk about effortlessness, we're not saying you're forcing yourself to do the sit-ups. You're forcing yourself to wear the shoes, right? It should never be forced. It should be effortless. Because whenever you force it, then you're going to get corns on your feet. You're going to get, all kind of stuff going to happen to your feet if you're trying to force yourself to wear shoes that don't fit or aren't comfortable, right?
Right.
We're not trying to force anything.
You like you say, decide. You're deciding. Like playing an instrument, same thing. If it's something that you desire to do, something that you want to do, you do it. And this is the same thing. When you're putting on the new man, you're practicing. You're rehearsing the new man. You're making a habit of that new man. But like you say, you got to be a doer of it. Because in the end, you already are.
Yep. Your conversation is your affirmation. Your conversation, whether it's spoken inwardly or outwardly, you are affirming. It's what are you affirming? See, people don't realize that you can affirm the negative as well as you can affirm the unwanted, just like you can affirm the wanted. It says to accentuate the positive and eliminate the negative, right? You have to be aware of what you are affirming. Too many times people are affirming the thing they don't want to happen and then wonder why it keeps happening. Because you keep giving your attention to the thing that you don't want to take place by what? Talking about it.
There it is.
That is your conversation, what you inwardly say as well as what you outwardly say. A lot of people aren't aware of what they talk about though. This is why Neville Goddard says you got to do an uncritical assessment of the conversations that you have with yourself and with other people. Pay attention when you get to work and you got a water cooler, or you're in the breakfast room or in the break room, not breakfast room, the break room, or you're on lunch, or you're out smoking on your cigarette break. What is your conversation with your coworkers? When people start talking about relationships, what do you have to add to the conversation? When people start talking about what's going on in politics and the government and what's happening on the news and what's happening on the internet streets, what do you talk about? When people talk about money, what do you add to the conversation? Because that's your affirmation. That's your dwelling place. Pay attention to what your conversation is then. That tells you who you are. Because you can get up in the morning and look in the mirror and say, I am abundant, I am abundant, I am abundant, and then get to work. Somebody's talking about, girl, did you see how much those prices on that on them eggs? Like, girl, I know, right? Man, them eggs, I can't believe they charging. What? I just thought that we said we were abundant. Stood 5-10 minutes in the mirror, looking at yourself eye to eye in the mirror, talking about how abundant you are. But as soon as you got to work, and somebody gets to talking about money, you joined in on the conversation talking about, yup, girl, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know why. They don't even pay us enough for all this. Oh, my goodness. You see those end of year reviews? They don't even want to give us 0.5%. That ain't enough. Yeah, that's double-minded. That's affirming the state that you don't want to be. That's the old state you're reaffirming. You're reaffirming the old state. See how your affirmation is your confirmation? Or your conversation is your affirmation? Well, actually, your affirmation is your confirmation as well. Your affirmation is your confirmation as well. But what I was meaning to say is that your conversation is your affirmation. But both are true. Both are true. Say those egg prices will reveal it all. You talking about you have a healthy body, but every time you talk about your body, you complain about aches and pains. Oh my goodness, when I'm over this age. Oh, my eyesight going, my back going in. Everybody and people, and I have friends that would joke about their bodily functions as though it's cute to complain about how the body isn't up to par anymore. I don't join those conversations. I don't join in conversations talking about how that any part of my body is disintegrating or is not up to par. But people think it's cute. They think it's funny. Oh, my mind, girl, your mind, when you get a certain age, your mind's like, oh, your eyes get weak. Or, the bones just ain't the same. Metabolism slows down. Or, just the things you don't want to happen is the very thing you consent to. Remember that chapter? And I love how Key brought that out about consenting. What are you consenting to? Well, you're consenting to the health goes down. I can't even think of the word I want to use because that's not go down. That's not the word I want to use, but I'm having a brain fart right now. But, Deteriorate. Yep, that's it. Deteriorating. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Key. Yep. Deteriorating. Yes. Why would you talk like that if that's not what you want to experience? Because what you think about, you bring about. You see 70, 80, 90-year-olds' body is tea. 70 don't look the way 70. These 70-year-olds, have you seen Oprah? Have you seen what's her name? Angela Bassett?
Mm-hmm.
And Yana Van Zant? 70 don't look the same no more.
70's the new 40.
You can be just as beautiful at any age. You just got to decide that you are. All things are possible. You just got to stop claiming the things you don't want to happen and stop giving your energy and your attention, because your attention is the sap, is the energizer bunny, is the resurrection. Your attention is what brings. That's why the script says, the word that I speak, they are spirit and they are life. Your word is the resurrection, is the life giver. Your words, your thoughts are things. And who are the things? The things are, that's the noun. What are the noun? People, person, places, and ideas, right? We learned that. That's what a noun is. Right? It's the things, it's the people, it's the places, and the ideas. That's what your thoughts are. So everybody that show up in your reality are coming to play a character in your movie. They're playing a character in your movie. And you're like, I didn't draw them in. How did they get here? Oh no, you wrote them in. You might have forgot. You might not remember that you wrote them into your script. Instead of complaining about their role, change it. What it never, I did, that brings me to what I wanted to, did I read that? What he says, this is what I wanted. He have it it's in italics. It is not the world, but your assumptions that change. You're not changing the world. You're not changing anything. You're only changing you. Like we said, everything already exists. You just weren't aware of its existence because of your consciousness, right? You only see the contents of your own consciousness. So not the world the world is perfect. The only thing that changed was your assumptions about it. That's the only thing that changed. The world has been whirling. The world been doing this thing. The world has always been beautiful. It's always been abundant. It's always been amazing. It's always been perfect. It's always been everything that you now can see. It's always been there. It's always been there. The only thing that changed was your assumptions. That's why people trying to go around I'm trying to get my SP to do this, or I'm trying to get this person to do that. I want my boss to do this. They're the same being. They're going to be whatever you assume for them to be. So instead of trying to change people, change yourself. And what does changing yourself means? Change the way you think. Change what you assume. That's all you're supposed to change, is what you assume, because you're perfect. You're complete. You're whole. You're just supposed to change your thoughts about you. Stop talking about you're lonely and you're diseased and ill health and broke like a joke, and you can't save money, and it's hard for you to get money, and because you get to have what you say. You get to have what you say. And so next week, we'll read 3 more chapters, 15, 16, and 17.
Just as an FYI, 15 and 16 are super short.
Are they? Yeah.
I mean, short.
Oh my goodness, they are. Yeah. I mean, 16 is really, it's not even a page. It's like 2 paragraphs.
Mm-hmm.
So do you well, we could do 4. We can go 15 to 18. Yeah, let's do 15. Let's go 15 to 18.
The 15 and 16 are practically one chapter.
Yep.
Part A and part B.
Yep. So we'll read 15, 16, 17, and 18. Yep. As you say, tiny but mighty. We still extend these chapters so short. We still make this live 3+ hours.
Because it just be like dropping some gems, dropping some tea, like Earl Grey, man. It's just like, wow. It's just be wowing you. Like, so even though it's maybe a page, we'll be talking about that page for like a week.
Yeah, because it's like you said, it's so much to draw from, right? It's so much to
Exactly.
glean from. And even though you guys say, "Oh, he's repetitious, he's repetitive,"
I love that he is though.
I mean, because he's reminding you that everything is everything.
I
All
don't
is
see it as
one.
repetitive.
What'd you say, A-Time? Oh,
I don't necessarily see it as all repetitive. There may be certain concepts and things, but our functionality and our faculties of our mind and our body are worlds apart. So we need the whole concept. We need the inclusivity of these different concepts, the ideas, in order to really narrow down. And I think this book does nothing short of doing that. And but I do want to appreciate you, T, for offering the opportunity for us to be able to dive so much into these books. Right, these are the shortest. These are the shortest chapters of any type of personal development book, right? But here we have the liberty and the and the unity and the conformity in order to break these down, chew it up, and really dive in. So just thank you for you and everybody who who came and joined for the book club.
absolutely, absolutely. We definitely thank everyone that came and joined the live and added to the conversation, dropped all the gems, our own unique perspective. And, it's not that we all have to agree with one another, but we do seem to like be on one accord, right? We all may say it in our own little unique way, but it just seems to resonate with everyone. We do all seem to be singing the same song, right? We all do, one person may play the drums, another one may play the piano, the bass, another one is playing, the keyboard, another one is doing the cymbals, another one may even have a harp, like, right? Like the trombone, the trumpet, you know, everyone is playing their part in this song of life. And we're all singing a melodious harmony, a sweet, savory music that's appetizing to our ear and is helping us to, just get the best out of what's being said so we can apply it, because practicality is a must, right? Because like he was saying with the last chapter before we started on chapter 11, and she was saying how Neville was a little bit flowery, seemed a little bit more in the stars or in the sky, for lack of a better word. But to bring it down to earth, which means to make it practical, to make it useful, to make it applicable to your experience. Because what's the point of all this if you don't know how to use it? If you don't know how to use it, how does it benefit you? So simplification is key to self-mastery, because you take the complex and you reduce it down to its simplest terms. So you can see the benefit of utilizing what you've heard. So it doesn't seem like something that's beyond you. That's why I don't get into the whole vibration, frequency, and energy. I don't really like to use those words. I like to say it's your attention, your focus, and your words. Because for me to be saying, you gotta have the right frequency. You gotta be vibrating on the same, resonance as what you're desiring. Like what? What? How? What? What you mean I gotta be vibrating on the right frequency to resonate the right thing to get huh? Just talk about what you want. That's it. That's what they're telling you. Talk about what you want. And again, keep talking about it. Don't switch up. Don't change lanes. Don't be double-minded. Don't talk about wanting wealth and then start talking about how hard it is to come by, or how you don't have enough, or how, don't speak lack talking about you want wealth or that you are wealth. Oh, hey neighbor, thank you. Yeah, so we got to keep it simple, right? You got to come as children. Yeah, you got to keep it simple. Keep it super simple. And you know what attention means. You know what focus means. You know what you're talking about. You know when we say you're talking about something. The more you talk about it, the more it becomes real in your life. The more you make it normal, you make it natural. You know what that means. I know we want to sound scientific, but those words are scientific too, if you decide that they are. You're the law of your own experience. But if you need, but I know some people are like, no, I like then that's okay too, right? It's okay because this is Burger King. You do get to have it your way. You really do. You really do get to write the script of your existence. You are the king in your land, in your kingdom. You sit on the throne. You get to write the law. This is your reality, your world, your script, your stage, your land, your kingdom. Your word is law. It's whatever you say. You're always right. So if you say no, saying the word isn't enough, I need to emotionalize it, then you're right. You need to emotionalize your desire before it comes into your reality. That's your law. That's your requirement. You say, no, I have to give gratitude and I have to say Thanksgiving. I have to appreciate it before it can come. You're right. You will have to appreciate, give Thanksgiving. You're going to give gratitude. You're always going to have to do that every time you get a desire. Every time before your desire comes, that's going to be a requirement for you to manifest. I know I don't have to do any of that. I've never said thanks before I manifested anything. I've never said thanks. I've never done it. Never. I can think things that I have manifested on purpose. I've never had to give gratitude or thanks before it showed up. I just said quietly within myself, knowing that I should have it and I would get it. It would happen. That's for me. That's how it works for me. Your unique expression of the one, of the all. And for you, I gotta say, thanks just makes it feel real to me. If I say thank you, then I know it's done. It's a finished product. It must come. That's a requirement for me. That's not wrong. Keep doing you. Don't switch up being you because somebody else said that this works for them. That's them. Focus on you. Go back into the Rolodex of your mind, in your memory, and how did your desires come into your experience? Oh, well, I gave thanks. Well, why would you change it? Because somebody else told you that was wrong. Who are they? They're not your God. They have no authority over you unless you give it to them. So basically you're saying what you were doing was wrong and that they're right. Who made them judge? Who made them God of your life? You did. Stop doing that. Stop making people God of your life. Be the God of your own experience because you are. Hello. Welcome. Worcester, Massachusetts. Welcome. You get to write the law. You get to say what is. It's because you said so makes it so. And you just decide that life is just easy, peasy, fresh and lemon squeezy. And then remain faithful to that decision that life is easy, that your yoke is easy and your burden is light. And that you shall have rest, which means what? No more worry. It means no worry for the rest of your days. It's your problem-free philosophy. Are you going to make worry-free your philosophy? Yes. Are you going to make worry-free your new philosophy? Yes.
I love it. Don't worry.
The effortless way. What did the other guy, I know Gigi know, what was his name? Don't worry. Be happy.
Be happy. Yep.
Be
Don't worry, be happy.
It keep trying to tell us this what the Bible says when it says take no thought for tomorrow. It means don't worry about it. Stop trying to figure it out. Stop trying to think you got to make something happen. All you got to do is show up. Arise and shine, porcupine.
So 14 is now called the Hakuna Matata. If you don't know what that means, watch the one.
The effortless, the do nothing way. Maybe we need to stop saying effortless and say do nothing, because effortless still make it sound like you got to do something. The do nothing way. There's nothing to do, only to be. Do absolutely nothing. Neville Guy has a chapter in here. Those of you that may have listened ahead or read ahead, he definitely tells you about when people ask him, you know, after I've decided what I want, after I've imagined, after I visualized, after I've created the scene in my mind, then what do I do after that?
Nothing.
Absolutely not a goddamn thing. Go on your merry way and be in peace, knowing that it's already done. Knowing, being still and knowing that I am. Not I'm trying to be, not I'm going to be, not I'm becoming. I am. Operate from the state of I am. Since I am this. And not let your mind go there. Well, since I am this, what does life look like now? Since I have this amount of money, since I'm living in this house, since I'm driving this car, since I have this company, since I'm, you know, touching hearts across the world, since I'm doing this, what does that look like? What is the feedback loop giving me? What is my world showing me? Because I'm this, my world must confirm it. So Neville says, well, create a scene. Is it necessary? No, this is a suggestion by him. It's not a requirement. It's just a suggestion. And if it feels natural for you to do so, then do so, because it should again be effortless. Don't be trying too hard. No try hards over here. If you decide, since I'm this, what does what will my family be saying now that I have this money? Or now I'm living in this house? Or now I'm traveling the world? Or now I've, you know, my company is a $1 billion company or a multi-million-dollar company, or now that I have several properties, or now that, or I'm deciding I'm gonna take my whole family, my cousins, my aunts, my everybody, they going on the trip with me, and we gonna, you know, I got enough money, I can rent out a yacht that's gonna hold 50 people, or, you know, I'm gonna say we're going on a family vacation and it's all on me. They don't got to do, all they got to do is book their vacation. And, you know, what does that look like? Let your mind go there, because it already exists. You're basically creating a memory of the future and making it what? Your present moment. Because I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you also shall be or will be. Let the mind go and prepare the place. Because wherever the mind goes, the body must follow. So let the mind go prepare the place. What does it look like? Since I'm this, since I'm not if, not when, since I am this, what does that look like? Everything's on auto pay. I don't check to see how much something costs. If I want it, I buy it. Because I know the money's there. I don't even question. There's no doubt in my mind. I circulate money with ease. I circulate with ease. It's effortless. I'm not writing books to sell books. I'm writing the books because it's already sold. I'm not writing music and making music to sell music. It's already sold. I'm not making a product to sell a product. It's already sold. It's already done. That's the state we're supposed to live in. That's the state we're supposed to occupy. The done state. The done state. Are we occupying the done state, or it's about to be done? It's getting ready to be done. It will be done. It's already done. Living the end. Acceptance of the end. Wills the mean to that end means it must take place. Why? Because it's already done. It's already happened. And so those of you wanting to teach this truth to your children, to your young people, go grab my books. The link tree is in my bio. It is based off The Recipe for Life, the 4 steps to manifesting, Mark 11:24 and Matthew 21:22. It says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you received it and you shall have it. You will see that theme throughout all 3 books. The Recipe for a Radiant Life, The Recipe for a Wonderful Life, and The Art of Revision, Grandpa Alex's secret ingredient, which is acceptance. Your secret ingredient is acceptance. Neville Goddard calls it assumption. Dr. Joseph Murphy calls it belief. Reverend Ike calls it the science of living. What do you call it? I call it the law of I am, the law of being. It doesn't matter what you call it. Just be it. Just apply it. The name, a rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. So it doesn't matter what name you call it. It's all saying the same thing. I call it belief, you call it knowing. We're saying the same thing. I call it acceptance, you call it assumption. We're saying the same thing. I say attention, you call it energy. I say focus, you call it vibration. I say word, you say, channel, station. Because words are just, symbols that we use to communicate with one another. We give meaning to life. All right, because I could say bad and mean good. All right? Because I'm bad. You know it. I'm bad. All the rappers know when I enter the center, they say, yo, there she goes. Yep. It's whatever you say. It's what you mean by what you say. And only you know. No man knows the spirit of a man except what? The spirit of that man. I can't tell you what you think, but what you cannot fool yourself. Be not deceived. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. You can't deceive yourself. You can deceive me all day long. You say, oh, yeah, I believe you. I accept everything you're saying. Yeah, I know. Oh, my goodness, this sounds so true. This sounds so... You may honor me with your lips, but your heart may be far from me. You may be saying that you know it, that you accept it, that is true, but it ain't made its way into the heart of the matter. It hasn't become your reality. Stop trying to look good and just be it. Too many people like appearances. They want to look like they're wealthy instead of being wealthy. I'm not worried about what another motherfucker think about how much money I got. Because guess what they can't do? Spend it. So I could care less if you think I have money, I don't have money. Like, that's really neither here nor there, because you can't spend my money. So don't get caught up in appearances. It ain't what it look like, because your eyes will deceive you. Your eyes will play tricks on you because what you think you see, you do not see. You do not see what you think you see. Mm-mm. So, write your script, remain faithful to your script. We'll be reading chapters 15 through 18. So that's 4 chapters, very, very tiny but mighty chapters. Yep, 4 chapters. Wednesday is manifesting Wednesdays. Hey, this community has definitely grown in consciousness. We may be small in number, but we're mighty in power. So don't let the numbers deceive you. People's lives are truly being transformed. People are truly realizing their desires and they're maintaining it. They're not trying to get a life. They're actualizing the life that already was. That's key. That's key. That's key. So if you guys have any final words, I'll let you all have the final say and then we'll close the live.
Just want to say thank y'all. Everybody did a great job. And I'll see y'all next week.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
See everybody next week. Really enjoy today.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you too. I appreciated what everyone had to share. And when you were talking about alchemizing, I just feel like we're all alchemizing. We're all alchemizing together. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, me too.
Yes, thank everyone for joining, for participating in the chat and in the comments. And spread the word. Spread the word.
Yeah, don't keep this to yourself. Like, was it Jeremiah? It's like fire shut up in my bones.
That's Jeremiah.
I can't keep this to myself. Yeah. How you gonna keep this treasure that you have hidden in earthen vessels to yourself? Share if you care. Go ahead, Gigi.
Yes, thank you everybody for joining. Everybody's shared some really good gems. And like I said, we're all perfect. We're all perfectly made. And have fun with this. By all means, do this. Have fun with it. From the smallest to the biggest, just have fun with it. It's gonna amaze you. And speak the word, like Dusty says, just speak the word and be faithful to it and persist with it. And it already exists.
Yes.
You already have it.
I need you to learn the hook to that song Golden. We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. I don't. Yeah.
Oh,
you
no,
know
I
what I'm
rather
talking about?
sing mine.
Oh, okay.
I rather sing. What is it? Don't be afraid to try. You can do anything at all. Oh my God, I forgot the lyrics of my own song. What the hell?
It'll come back to you. It'll come back to you.
Just you believe and thrive. You can do anything at all. Song's called Anything.
Oh, nice. Love it.
Yep.
Love it. Go ahead, A-Town. Then Latoxic has joined us. Go ahead, A-Town. If you had anything to say, I don't know if you did.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. No, just want to shout out everybody in the comments. Thank you very much for your participation, your engagement. Thank you for everybody for the likes and the gifts. You know what I'm saying? We definitely appreciate that. And for everybody on the panel, great share, great input. And like Toya said, this is what we live in, you know what I'm saying? So, at any chance that you're able to, have a difference of or needing some type of help or support, you know what I'm saying, come back. We'll be here next week. Also get the book in the join the book club every Saturday until we finish the book. 10 a.m. Central, or 11,
Yeah.
10 a.m. Central, 11 Eastern. And also, I think Swavy said she wasn't able to get into the book club. It's her Facebook link, Swavy. So in her bio, go to
The link tree. Yeah, go to the link tree in my bio, and you should be able to see the Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toya.
exactly. And then welcome. We got some other people in the book club.
Nice.
So welcome all.
Welcome all.
So yeah, absolutely, we welcome that, and yeah, shout out to everybody. Salute to you, Toya, Cisco, and Latoxic. You know what I'm saying, representing, and we get it done.
Yes. And I want to, yes, Latoxic. I have my mods, A-Town, Latoxic she be over there being my mod for on YouTube as well. So I really, really appreciate her and navigating both platforms. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Latoxic.
Oh, no problem at all. It is a delight. Well, what I came up here for already happened. I was gonna come up here and try to get us 150K likes, and by the time I'm here, it's already been done. So look at that manifestation.
Already done.
Anyways, it's all good. I love this live per usual. Chapter 14 was also my favorite chapter. I was just doing other things and stuff like that, so I was trying to listen. But lovely as always.
Beautiful. All right, guys. Catch you guys Wednesdays. Come back. Manifesting Wednesdays. We're going to keep the train going down the right track. Let's go. Get on board to the great. What was that? Get on
Yes.
board.
Can I also say one last thing?
Sure. Go ahead.
So the book, if you're new to the book club, even if you have to jump in where we're going to be doing chapters 15 through 19, I believe, next week.
18.
So their chapters are so short that you don't need to have read from the beginning to read from here on. They're pretty independent of each other. So don't feel like if you're jumping in at this point that you can't still participate. You can always just jump in at any point. They're very, very short chapters, and they're kind of like independent lectures. So just wanted to just point that out.
Yes. And you can listen to the audio too. Find it on YouTube. The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. There are many, is the word alliterations? I think that's the word of.
I can't remember the word, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's lots of
No, they're like that's it. Versions. That's the easier word. That word was not come to my mind. Right. A lot of different versions of the book.
Yes, it's like there's a version of
Iterations.
Neville's
Thank you.
voice.
Thank you. Iterations. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Narrations. Yeah.
Iterations.
Narrations. Both work. There's one for Neville in his voice is saying it. Toya also has a version of herself reading it on her YouTube. That's Prosperous Living with Toya, the whole name, on YouTube. So definitely check that out. Join her channel also so that you can listen to Manifestation Wednesdays once they become like member only. So it's very, very, very inexpensive for so much value. And so if you're in between whatever, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever it is, when, she's not going live, you can listen to those old lives and just get so much joy out of them. So just enjoy it. They're so inexpensive. It's just supporting Toya and for the time that she puts in into, giving back into the world, and her and the way that she's giving back is giving to her, I think, hopefully. So
It is.
Definitely just try to support her as much as you can. She has those books that she made, which are amazing, in her bio. They're for kids. So if you want to start introducing younger people to the ideas of law of assumption and manifestation, please support her in that way. She also has merch. So check out the merch. All of the links are in the bio.
Yes.
Not to mention the ebooks. So there's a lot going on to support her and support her channel. And she's on Instagram too. So definitely connect in all ways so we can
Yes.
support her, because this is not a small time commitment that she's giving. So I just wanted to say that.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. I did. Yeah, I have t-shirts that say you only have one job. One job, the joy of being. It's already done. And fall in love with you, and they will too. So yes, go check out the merch. Go check them out. Check them out. I got some little videos showing, the merch that I have. So yep, check it out. Buy you one, represent, remind yourself of who you are and the purpose of living, and is to be whatever you want to be. So thank you guys. Catch you guys Wednesday. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Enjoy Super Bowl Sunday if that's your
Patriots, baby, Patriots. Patriots, baby, Patriots.
No, go Seahawks.
Go Seahawks! Let's go Seahawks! Let's go.
I can't do the Patriots. I can't. Tom Brady
yeah,
jumped up in my FRP. That was a jump scare. Can't deal with that, man.
Patriots
Can't deal with
again.
that. Can't. Listen, Seahawks all day long.
Seahawks. We're going with the birds. We're going with the birds.
Gotta
We're
go
going-
Birds. Every time. Gotta go
The
Birds.
Patriots joined, so sorry.
We gotta go Eagles, Birds.
Sorry, not sorry.
Seahawks, Birds.
I really don't have a dog in the fight. I'm betting on both sides of the fence. I've already put my wager in. I'm betting on both sides. So yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna go for the Seahawks. I can't stand the Patriots. As a Colts fan,
I
so.
still love you, Latoxic.
But nah, but Seahawks definitely would be who I'm supporting. Yes. No.
I still love you.
All right, guys. Catch you later. Bye bye.
Bye, guys. Go Patriots.